and like a Zeppelin, but you can't like own 300 local news channels.
And stop trying to push your Zeppelin company in this. We're not even streaming right now.
I just started the stream like that second.
We're just getting off the ground.
Hey, have any of you guys ever played Spirit Island?
The best cold open to the stream. Sorry, it's been 2 weeks, everyone. Here's a bad joke about Zeppelin, followed by talking about a different game.
Just waiting on one person.
Arguably waiting on 3 people since I don't have the game open.
That's true.
Let's do that before somebody gets angry at me and tells me I'm an evil person with nothing redeeming
What the
about
fuck are
myself.
you doing, you evil person?
Fine, roll 20 is optional. Theater of the mind.
You have to have Roll20 open. You have to have D&D Beyond open in 2 different windows, not 2 tabs, 2 different instances of your browser.
I'm using tabs.
Oh, actually, you don't anymore, do you?
Yeah, I am actually the exception to this rule.
Yeah.
I've had more characters than anybody else, but right now I only have 1.
That's true. Pretty soon we're just going to have an all-roadie campaign.
I'm just gonna
You
play
just start
all
consuming us one by one.
Oh yeah, that would solve the happy problem. I could just like swallow happy whole. I could unhinge my jaw.
Oh, like perfect.
We could play Vor campaign.
Oh, we went in 2 very different directions.
What direction do you go?
I went
I'm always
Dragon Ball
going
Z.
in the fourth direction.
I went Dragon Ball Z like your cell.
Well, I mean, that's
The
still
already
order.
campaign is definitely going to be the all Vor campaign. That's how I see
Before
this
my
going.
brain can understand anything, it has to translate into the latent space of either Dragon Ball Z or Halo.
Feels good.
What about
man.
Zeppelins? Zeppelins are
Yo.
also not in Halo or Dragon Ball Z.
I have
are
an
there-
idea for a fan fiction.
Uh-huh.
A crossover fan fiction.
Of Halo and Dragon Ball Z?
Yup.
Oh,
Master-
who would win?
Master-
Goku or the
Master
Chief and
Chef.
Goku.
Master Chef goes Super Saiyan.
Humanity is losing the war against the Flood. They need a
Oh,
special
man.
hero.
Man, that title crawl
need
of
someone to finish this
ODST,
fight.
where it says humanity's at war, and then lightning flashes, and it says we're losing. I'm like, oh. And
They need someone who has the
Deference for
mass.
Darkness is playing. So good. So good.
And you
Oh,
know
that-
what Goku does? Goku carries extra weights. Goku has the mass.
Oh, yeah.
I just realized at this exact moment that this is not the correct map. But it's where all the tokens are. This is supposed to
Okay.
be in the desert.
Okay, I went to AppRoll20net editor, and then it sent me
Mhm.
back to my campaigns when I haven't joined any other campaign for like 3 years. So I feel like that's a little weird. I didn't have to log in or anything. It just sent me back. Anyway,
Okay.
Sure.
I was last to join the campaign because I suck and everybody hates me.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
We've
stream, everybody.
established.
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
The stars
So I
have
haven't
aligned
done-
and we're all here.
I haven't done a lot of prep on account of my worsening health, but I am fine now. And here we are. I maybe should have done prep yesterday, but here we are. Let's go ahead and put little purple dots over everyone's favorite people who have accepted a deal. Where we last left off, Venteiya was finished. They had the Rising and company, who are currently unnamed, just a bunch of random people, I guess, that have all independently chosen to go to Jokrob's inner sanctum, or have been trapped by Jokrob. In the case of most of them, Herschel's the only one, I believe, who went by choice. Regardless, after defeating Venteiya, they were sent back to Daya, where they were warned that the demon lord inside a Yishornu Silver is particularly good at persuading people. And so everyone had a conversation with Yishornu Silver. Some of them got fairly close to accepting an offer, and 2 of them did. Happy Fizelbang and Daya, the one who warned them not to accept it in the first place. And so, coming out of the last watch, they awake, and there are new tattoos on Happy and Daya. Magical inscriptions that have appeared on their skin.
Like in a very obvious way, or
Yeah, is it like all over their face?
It's a neck tattoo. It's a chain around their neck.
Ooh, that's
You know, Happy
ominous.
has a bow tie and a high collar.
I'm usually wearing the 2 cloaks, but I don't know if I'd be wearing them when I'm sleeping.
Right. The people that were on the last watch, I believe it was Vonari and who else? Who was last watch?
I think it was
Kind of thought that-
Wielder.
Wasn't
Wielder.
Happy and
Oh,
Isaac-
I think
yeah,
Wielder
it
and
was.
Venari were taking watch together.
Yeah, those were together.
Okay, they were together. Yeah, okay. So, Vonari, go ahead and make a perception check to see if you notice.
we did the first watch
Oh, you did the first. Then who
Yeah.
would
because
be
we
waking-
weren't in the first round of.
Right.
so
Right.
yeah.
That's right.
There we are.
Weren't Happy and Isaac going to have a watch?
Hey, Happy and Isaac. Yes. So before that, there was a scene that you wanted to do, if I recall.
Yeah, the watch.
All right. Happy and Isaac are in a watch while everyone else has sleepy time. Let me get some Z's here.
That would mean Happy would have the tattoo at that point.
I guess, yeah.
I have to roll perception.
Yeah, you would. This is just a DC of 14 here to notice. All right,
You
you
roll a
don't
13.
notice this.
Hey, Happy, did you get one of those dreams as well?
Yeah. I think you mentioned everyone did, I think. You talked to everyone.
That was somewhat creepy. I mean, he didn't very much. He didn't talk to me very much. He seems upset that I worship police. So. Oh, maybe religion is good for something. I'll convert you someday. Hopefully none of us take it. I mean, Daya did say that he's persuasive, but I mean, he didn't seem persuasive to me. He's just some jerk who tried to kill everyone.
Yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
What do you mean?
If anyone accepts it, we'll find out soon, I suspect.
Yeah, I suppose. What would you even do then? It's not like we can let this creature escape into the real world. I guess this is a real world, but you know what I mean.
I'm not quite sure. They told me they didn't want to be in the real world. They wanted to go back.
I mean, it's a demon. They lie. It took a
seen-
god to kill this guy. It took several gods. Wasn't it all of Shiva that had to fight him and his allies?
I don't know.
Well, I just hope that we don't need Shiva again, because I don't think we have any ready-made gods at hand other than the preacher, and I don't think he's going to be helping. Can we do like a watch? Do we have to like roll perception for watch or anything?
I mean, you can.
Okay.
You can roll perception. You're just kind of looking at the entrance to see if anything comes out.
11.
Nothing appears to come out.
Okay.
You're just looking at the doors leading up. It's sort of like dug into the ground. There's a tunnel leading down.
The barrier's gone. Right?
The barrier is gone.
Did anyone else hear a robot cat in the distance?
I did. I heard the robot cat. I thought that was just like really, really good defender folly.
Or like,
I think
that
it
like a
was me
squeaky chair.
going to get my cat, who was meowing behind a door.
That's what a defender canonically sounds like.
Having like a dream in his sleep.
I was really far away, so that's why.
Oh man,
the robot.
Defender get to talk to Ishkorn?
Cashew. Cashew.
Defender is Ishkorn.
I'll give you treats if you let me out.
Do androids dream of electronic sheep?
Of electronic
electric.
Ishkorn is silver.
Yeah. Electric Jokrob.
What are you gonna do when you get out of this happy? I mean, they're gonna pay us like shitloads of money, right? I mean, I won't have to work anymore.
Tell you the truth, I stopped caring about that quite a bit ago. I mean, we've been getting so much even just now. Just idly going through the motions.
You don't believe in winning? You don't believe in afterwards?
Well, I just mean the money is not really like we already are rich. Think about it. Like, look at what I'm wearing. I should like point to like all our magic items.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't think I'd feel right now abandoning the team after everything that's happened. I suppose I could live for a long time on what we've already made. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to stay a thief for the Feather Step, or?
Yeah, that's my plan, to go back to the Feather Step. I told the Magpie as such.
So that's it then. You're just gonna keep working.
Yep.
Well, I'll come visit you occasionally, I guess. Maybe I'll go to Hamishorum and see what Cal likes so much about it. You know, there's always Oceana. There's so many different places we could go, Happy. So many different things we could be.
We should have this discussion after, if we take out the preacher.
You're setting up some death flags here, bro.
It's best not to dwell on things unless we're done our actual objective. Just
I mean,
distracts us.
We have to be going somewhere, right? Our goal can't just be stop the end of the world at any cost. It's empty. That's just gonna lead to us becoming aspects of truth. Thinking, well, if I take Jokrob's aspect, what tethers me to reality? What will tether you to reality, Happy, if you take that aspect?
I don't know. I did not mean to go down this deep line of inquiry. I just mean, don't distract yourself. We have to deal with Jokrob first before we think about celebrations. And then deal with the preacher.
Indistractable, Happy. You really do seem to be, I would say, maturing, but it wasn't like you were not mature before. You are different. Do you think you're... I mean, you're less fade like this. The living light in you, changing your priorities, making you so focused on everything you do.
It's necessary for us to succeed now. We should all be focused.
Does everything necessary to succeed need to come out of your body, out of your life, Happy? We've made a lot of sacrifices along the way. We've sacrificed a lot of our team's bodies. I don't know. I just hope that it doesn't keep going like this.
Well, we're all still alive.
Yeah, there is that. We're all still alive.
Hero rolls over in her grave.
Inside Calcivier.
Mm-hmm.
They're still alive. They're just disincorporated.
Genesis and Wielder, you're observing this conversation in a stasis mode. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I don't think I pay attention too heavily to a conversation between two people that I'm not involved in.
Based.
Okay.
Sanchez is like super into it, because it's like
At least-
he already sacrifices himself for his god. He's kind of dismissive at Isaac's concern because you should give everything of yourself to everything that you do.
Including your memories.
All right. Everyone, as you're waking, you can roll perception to see if you notice this change. Happy, you are now wearing cloaks.
I
So
guess,
you
yeah.
are, you are going to actually everyone make this check with disadvantage. So that's just going to be a 12, I guess.
Wow.
Actually,
Okay, roll
Isaac
this
and
through.
Genesis.
Yeah. Except for the people that have already made checks, of course.
We
Just
could
the
still
people
notice Dias, right?
Exactly. So like you would notice Daya, but you wouldn't notice Happy. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Disadvantage for Happy, so you take the lower. All right.
Oh right.
So-
I'm gonna do the thing that I said like I forgot about this like 2 months ago. Genesis cast Detect Evil as soon as he wakes up.
Oh.
Oh, well, how does that work in this edition?
Okay. Genesis. What are you detecting?
Let's see, Detect Evil.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't have to give you alignment.
Yeah. You can determine if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead.
I
where
know the
creature-
location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you that's not behind total cover.
Okay. Daya, Happy, and Calcivia ring out.
Okay. Genesis will just kind of like point at them and say, "Hey, you know, I can detect evil. I mean, Cal was already evil, so probably like Cal didn't get a second demon, but the two of you weren't evil before."
I see Daya has a new tattoo around her neck. It looks like a silver chain.
Mm-hmm.
You-
Daya's like waking up, currently unarmored.
Daya, you warned us not to accept his deals, and yet you seem to have.
I have not accepted any deal. What are you speaking about?
Full of evil.
Can I sense motive for it?
Yeah, can I do that as well?
Yeah, that would be an insight check.
Oh yeah, it's
It's sense motive. What is this? Pathfinder?
almost like I played
Oh,
yesterday.
Nice.
Happy has
You
+9 insight.
don't
That's
really
awesome.
know. You don't really know, Vonari, what's going on. You get the sense that this is weird. Happy? She seems to be telling the truth. Like, she seems more confused by the accusation than anything.
Oof.
Were
Either
you-
she's the best actor you've seen, or she genuinely doesn't know.
Were you tricked into saying something in particular?
Hold on.
Ah.
I might want a flash of genius that, although probably too. Doesn't say anything about the result.
And we got a 23.
No, I'll just
I mean,
go
it
up
doesn't
and-
change the fact that it happened, regardless. So.
I'll go up and confer with Happy just for a bit and we'll toss some ideas back and forth, and that'll be flash of genius. So add 5 to that.
Wow, you've already
I-
succeeded, but let's
28
see.
like Savage.
Or 28.
Yeah, that's iffy. Like, cause
Because they,
Oh, it
they could just
failed.
be really good
it
liars.
could just be a fail. Yeah. So I don't know. That's it. Is your call on that, Bog? Is it too late to do that?
No, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you don't really gain any additional information as you've succeeded before. Happy, you just get the sense that Dai is confused by the accusation. And then she looks down and notices this tattoo on her neck, and is even more confused.
You can see your own neck. That's impressive.
She looks at the reflection of a sword.
Important for
She just
immersion.
bends down, looks at her
Might be
neck.
able to they might be able to look down into, I don't know if they're already wearing their cuirass or something like that, but
Yeah,
if it goes all the way down part of their chest, it might not just be a neck tattoo, you know?
no, she's just looking at the reflection of her sword to see it.
Now, we don't know for sure that that's what that means, but we've got 2 pieces of evidence that points to it. 3 in the fact that Ishkornu actually said that he convinced multiple people.
I think Daya's telling the truth.
I mean, I believe her too, but that doesn't rule out the fact that it likely happened.
Is there a way he could force this on someone?
He could remove her memory of the deal afterward. He could have just tricked her into saying something she didn't realize was an agreement to that.
The
I think
removing of memory is a good point.
I think I like that. Yeah, that seems like the possibility.
Wielder will cast Detect Magic with a spell slot.
Okay.
To see if there's I don't know if it would leave any trace, but he's just gonna check anyways if there is some trace of a memory wiping spell.
Let's take a look here.
Something like that might be persistent, I don't know.
No, in this case, you find nothing.
Okay.
Which could mean that there is a modification or that there's no modification, something else at play.
Depending on whether or not it would be detectable.
Daya,
I still think it's a good
if not
idea.
something you desire, we can attempt to remove it. I have a couple ideas.
You did say you had to kill everyone who ended up like this. Just saying.
Oh, speaking of restoration spells, Venari, do you have a spare diamond?
I've got quite a lot, yes.
One of the bigger ones, the 300 gold ones.
Yeah, I've got diamonds worth 600 in total.
I've been working on this new thing, and it needs one of those to power it, to activate it.
Does it specifically have to be 1 diamond worth 300 or diamonds worth 300?
Diamonds will work.
Then yes,
It's
I
a
can.
compartment.
You're
Sure,
saying that we kill them and resurrect them?
I'm just
No,
saying
no.
before I forget.
sure. I'll hand you
Because it does
some
sound like a
diamonds from my
decent-
pouch.
Happy, what about sorry, I gave a British accent. Happy, what about you?
What about me?
The whole, evil thing.
Maybe I'm evil.
Not really how it works. It doesn't really. I don't detect mundane sources of evil. I detect
Extraplanar
demons.
things.
Yeah.
Epi, did you make a deal?
Mayhaps I have.
Happy. Why would you do that?
He's just going back to his plane once we leave.
You can't trust a man like that.
I'm
He's
fairly certain he was telling
a
the truth.
demon, if I'm correct. No,
You know that
I
he's
don't believe they are
literally
like
good at
devils
that
where they have
one
to hold
thing of
themselves to the
deception.
word.
Yeah, that silver guy. He ain't no good. He can't follow orders worth a damn. There's
Oh,
no
we
respect
just
for
talked
authority.
We just talked about family for a bit, but then he had to go.
I believe Wielder had the perfect solution. Why don't we just kill them and resurrect them?
No,
No, that's not
my
necessary.
idea.
I think I can purge it.
I only brought it up because Venari was about to use the diamonds, I believe.
No, this spell doesn't actually require diamonds.
Ah, even better.
Just a little bit of holy water.
which I believe is made with silver, a fine ingredient.
Powdered silver, yes. So I believe I can dispel the good and evil from at least one person today, if either of you are willing. Sounds like Daya is willing.
Daya is completely willing and is a little bit shaken up as, like, she just woke up, and then, like, the realization of what's happening has finally gotten to her.
With detect magic up, sorry Matt. With detect magic up, does that pick up on this contract at all? Does that, or it seems like that would be a different thing.
No, it would not. This is not like a spell. It's the thing.
Okay. All right.
The spell is dispel evil and good.
Oh, dispel evil and good.
Because it can specifically target all those same things as your spell, but also there's a couple extra effects that you can choose to do. And one of them is to remove a possession of such creature. And if they're detecting literally as that creature, then I assume it is a possession.
Say we go for it.
I mean, are we going to have to hold them down? I don't know what the demon is going to do once it realizes we're starting to cast.
I'll take my shield off and just hold my warhammer. We can be ready.
I mean, I don't think he has that much power currently. Otherwise, he would just get out himself.
Another good point. Let's just see what happens.
Alright. Can't move my token. Reason. Select it, but it won't actually move.
Okay.
Just refresh.
It is 1 minute for dispel evil and good.
For the regular effect, but then it ends when you choose one of the other two effects. Right, champ.
Oh, I see, I see.
Oh, you're on a
Okay.
different map. Okay, I just never moved. I see.
Why can't I stand next to you? Mrs. Fizzlebang. Miss Fizzlebang?
You have just mentioned killing
I'm
me
not
or
gonna kill
Daya.
you. We have a spell.
Stay away. It can only
I'll
be
go
cast
up.
once a day.
While
Stay
Happy's
away.
moving
Huh?
away from Genesis, Wielder will just put a hand on Genesis's shoulder and just kind of hold him in place.
I'm gonna
Apologies,
get
like,
grappled
also
check
helpful.
for that, lady.
All right.
Well, Happy, would you nominate to be first? Because
If the party wills it, I will go first.
Ahem.
Yes, apology.
Please do not harass the best friend of my savior. Thank you.
I'm not harassing, I'm just standing here. Want to be closer friends with Happy.
alright, I'm casting a spell.
Happy, do you consent
It's-
with this?
No.
You can be closer friends from afar.
Happy, I'm not... Are you going to let them...
As I have
No,
just
but-
stated just mere moments ago, if the party wills it, I will allow this spell to be cast on.
I don't understand why you've done this, Happy. Isaac just kind of trails off.
I mean, it's not the biggest of deal because chances are the whole world's going to be recreated regardless.
Precisely.
And she seems willing to have it dispelled now.
I mean, I feel more confident in our ability to control Daya or keep her from running off than perhaps Happy. So doing Happy first would be ideal. No
Alright.
offense, Daya.
So, who is getting this spell?
If Benori wants to do
Dispel.
happy first, she can.
Can I sense motive Happy to see if she's genuine and she's not going to resist?
You can.
Yeah, go for it,
Okay.
I guess.
I want to be by
Just to see if it's not like a ruse and then you'll still do the charisma save.
I'm telling the truth. I haven't rolled a deception in either case.
Well, yeah. In character, I'd be. Alright, I'm casting Dispel Evil and Good on Happy. This big spell. It is a charisma save if you want to do it now.
Nah, I'm good.
So first, here I can do this. I think. Does display it? It does. Shimmering energy surrounds and protects you from fey, undead creatures, blah blah blah. For the duration, they have disadvantage attack rolls against me. Okay, which doesn't matter. But you can end the spell early by doing either of these effects. Break enchantment. As your action, you touch a creature you can reach that is charmed, frightened, or possessed by a celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend. Fiend's the important one. The creature you touch is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed by such creatures.
Okay.
Because we don't want to... Dismissal's not going to work because...
It'll just send me back, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't matter because you can't... If it was that easy to leave here, it would happen already.
Right.
So I'll now touch your shoulder and try to break the enchantment, ending the spell.
Okay. I am a friendly and benevolent DM, so here's how I'm going to rule this. You touch Happy, and the spell remains on your hand.
Yeah, I don't think Break Enchantment's the one to go with, because it's not a charm effect.
It's a possession.
Oh, charmed, comma, possessed.
Yes.
Okay, my bad.
So none of these are applicable to Happy. But you have the spell still on your hand. I'm not going to make you waste it because you touched something that wasn't a target.
I mean, it's just going to be a 1 minute anyways. And... it doesn't seem to have worked. So you're not possessed per se.
Could be too powerful.
Try on Daya.
I mean, sure, the effect's still here.
You could also break enchantment on Daya. If it's a charm effect of some sort, modifying her mind, she may learn what it was.
Oh, yeah, true, yeah. Alright, I'll try to break enchantment on Daya.
Daya immediately goes unconscious, and you can see like a spectral figure coming out of it.
What does a spectral figure look like? Of course you're going to explain.
The spectral figure, as it comes out, looks more and more humanoid, but as it begins to shape up, it starts growing horns, and then it begins to grow additional limbs until it looks kind of like a spider, and it just keeps growing limbs until it's like a millipede. Then all of the limbs merge into itself, and it's now like a worm with a humanoid face. Oh man, why'd you have to go and do that?
You're evil, and we're going to kill you.
Why were you inside of Daya? Who are you? What are you?
Hello.
How could you do that?
Well, I saw a corpse and I had an opportunity to possess an undead body. Seemed pretty useful to me.
Did we know that Daya was undead? Or did she die?
Daya was not undead prior to this.
Did he just kill Daya and then possess her?
I mean, what would you do in that situation if you had an opportunity for a body? Not like I need one. I've got other options. Wink, wink. Hey, how you doing?
Can I look at Daya's corpse, I guess, and make a medicine check to see if I can see a cause of death? A visible one?
I want to take my magic
Is the tattoo
pokey
still on the
stick
corpse?
and then like wave it around at the spectral form and see if it interacts with the other. Oh, nice.
I thought this was an int, so I thought it would be better, but this works.
Wielder, this is poison.
Poison.
When I sensed evil earlier. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna do like visual stuff.
Okay, so when I sensed evil earlier, did I sense both an undead and a fiend over here?
Nope.
I sensed only a fiend, no undead.
Correct.
Okay.
So here's what you notice as you're doing this check. Like, you look at the body and you notice that there is a lot of like damage, especially in like the esophagus. It looks like it just seized up suddenly, and like also her trachea seized up and her entire throat, like everything just closed, and she suffocated as a result.
And could I tell if this happened not just now? It didn't happen when
Not just now, no, but it was recent, like it was overnight.
She was poisoned last night, but we were all here.
Yep.
And I just kind of look around at everyone.
Apparently, she didn't like when she realized that I tricked her into making a deal. But now I get this body, right?
We roll initiative.
I mean, you can.
Oh no, he's breaking the fourth wall. He's too powerful.
No, he's too strong.
Was Cal able to interact with the Spectre at all? Did she wave her stick through it?
Thank you.
No.
But just pass through.
No.
Yeah.
He's incorporeal. I don't think there's anything we can do. That's a magic
I thought
item,
that magic
right?
weapons work. Yeah, I thought that it does that, but clearly I need to step up my education.
Well, in this case, it didn't work for one very simple reason. Yechornu Silver's dying.
Just this bit of him, or all of them?
Just this bit.
Oh,
The host
Because
isn't
you
looking at it.
expelled it from the body and it's just dissipating.
so how do we get the rest of you out of Happy?
You can't! That's the great part. I guess you could kill her.
And then resurrect her?
We can't resurrect her in here. It doesn't work, I don't think.
Bingo!
Which puts us in a very tight spot.
Hey, so this part of me is going to dissipate and fade away. Good job, you solved the Daya mystery. I was going to help you fight Yechornu Silver, Yechornu Silver. Jokrob, the guy who trapped me here. Well, part of the guy who trapped me here. But I guess now you don't have any help from old Daya.
Josh just punches him.
Like the body or just the air where Yechornu Silver's like form is coming out of Daya?
The air. I want to punch Yechornu Silver.
Alright, you see like the wispy form just kind of shakes up a little bit and then reforms. More and more of Yechornu Silver's coming out of Daya's body, and you get the sense that like as it's coming out, it's getting wispier.
Well,
We have no reason to listen to you. You did kill one of our party members.
no, I didn't. She did this to herself.
He got tricked into making a deal, then suicided to try and avoid it.
Yes, also known as him killing her.
By proxy, yes.
Listen, she just wanted Venteiya back. I was going to offer Venteiya back.
Not even you can do that.
Yeah, I can. Where do you think his soul's going? I mean, once all this is over, once you guys get rid of whatever soul trap this place is, yeesh.
I present my holy symbol and I'm sure the extra planar so they can't try to talk to any of us anymore.
Alright. And with that, you just completely dissipate Yechornu Silver.
Hooray! Remember that his legacy is to trick people, so we really shouldn't be talking to him.
Well, that was fun, guys, but we got a goat man to kill, right?
Do you want to resurrect Daya? Or no? Can we?
We can't do it now.
Spend
We'd
more
have
than
to
a
take her
minute.
body
It's been
out.
too long.
It's too long for
Use
Revivify,
this new
but-
thing.
Would Revivify even work down here, though?
No.
Probably not, right?
We can't return the soul because it's
It's
being
in shape.
trapped.
Yeah.
Worlds, and then you'll release that demon into there.
I'm pretty convinced that's already going to happen regardless.
We
What-
just see
what
that bits of him
exactly
can be
is-
killed. We know where every bit of him left is.
What exactly
So when he
is
escapes,
the deal?
we can get ready to get rid of him.
What
Simple.
exactly is the deal you made?
He's going to help us get rid of Jokrob.
Please tell me it's more than that. There has to be more to
Is
it than
that
that.
it?
We don't need his help.
Hog, is a bit of Eastcorner Silver we just killed. Is there any way to know, like, is that half of Eastcorner Silver, or is the rest of Eastcorner Silver all in happy?
No way of knowing.
I don't think there is a set amount per se.
I mean, happy. We are like, there's like 10 of us, plus Dennis, who I'm sure is very cool, but I've never seen him fight yet. So I'm pretty sure we could have just killed Jokrob ourselves.
If you're so, once the planes merge, Yishkorn Silver will leave my body. We can deal with him then.
That doesn't explain why you accepted. He had to have offered you something more than that. I know you're
No,
not
it's
that foolish.
the end goal, getting rid of Jokrob, getting rid of the preacher. He served to help, offered to help, and there we go.
We didn't
Can I
need
take
his
roll
help.
insight?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to.
Alright, I'm gonna roll insight.
It's
Sorry,
like-
Happy.
So Tappy's always been like very confident that we can do things. I don't know why she'd.
All right, Happy. What did they get?
Do they get?
We checked that there's more reason behind it or not.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm back. I don't know how to like resolve an insight deception with players. I don't know how that works. I sent a roll to you, Pog. I guess this is technically a deception.
Well, it's up to you. What did they get out of it?
Are you hiding something? We don't know.
I guess I'm hiding like the writ thing, right? He offered to help with that a little bit, or well, you mentioned it, the living light, stuff like that. So I guess
So-
yeah.
What basically you've made a roll in private to me. It's up to you to adjudicate what they get out of this because it's your character.
Entirely up to you.
Okay. I guess Venari, I guess you would get the impression that maybe I'm lying about something, maybe I'm hiding something, I guess.
Okay.
Happy, don't you trust us?
Well, yes, I do.
Is that the whole truth? It's just to fight Jokrob? Because
I mean, there are 4 strangers amongst us. I'm not particularly sure if I should trust them. Especially one that's trying to kill me.
Look, Happy's been our leader for a long time. I think we can trust that she's acting in her best interest for now.
let's put them to the side then. We can have them go off a little ways and we can talk in just us.
Knowledge can be dangerous
Horizon.
sometimes. If she's hiding something, it's probably for a good reason.
Apology has somehow gotten Hunter to be on Happy's side here.
Yeah, we got more important things to do, like kill Goat Man. Job number 1, right?
True.
I mean, it's not our job to keep this guy here, right? It's not our job to kill him either. Whoever the
Okay,
wardens that put him here, it's their fault. It's their thing to deal with, not ours.
Look, I don't-
admire the thing for responsibility, but this is kind of like destroy the world level threat, and we do live in the world.
Look, I don't know about any demon or whatever. Some voice came, offered me stuff. I said no. Don't trust any weird voices in this place, right? I mean,
Oh.
that's like the first thing that you gotta know about Shadepool. But that's beside the point.
Hell yeah!
There's very
you're
few
awesome, Tempest.
people There's very few people that can deal with whatever the hell's going on right now. And I'm not one of them. But Happy is. We can't be fighting amongst ourselves like this.
I concur.
But that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm nobody, right? Thank you for saving me, everyone.
He suddenly gets sheepish and then hides behind the Shrike.
You're not nobody to me, Dennis. You're part of my unit.
Yeah, that's sweet and all, but we need people that can actually, you know, fight toe to toe with aspects, right? That's what you call them?
Dennis is like an elite guard that you fight at level 1. Just way out of his zone here.
No, look, if you guys aren't gonna do it, I'll do it myself, alright?
You think you're one of these people that can fight aspects? What was your name again? Afros?
I mean, I'm still alive here, right? Just like all of us, so that means we all have some inherent ability to resist, at least.
I
Well,
mean,
yeah, I'm the toughest guy around.
You're as untested to us as the rest of the strangers that have joined our group.
Yeah, that's fine. You're not my boss, I don't need to get your approval. I got my job, you got yours. We happen to align here, so let's work together and get it done. Stop bickering amongst ourselves.
I hate to agree, but yeah, we do have other matters to attend to, and it seems like there's
Come
really
on,
nothing
that
we
guy's
can do
so
about
weak,
this.
he couldn't even get out of here. We're getting out of here. That means he's weaker than us. That means we can beat him later if need be, but only if we get paid.
Wow, that really does not track.
I mean, I don't. He's some silver whispery demon. There's lots of demons. Ain't no big deal. You know how many things we keep underground? A lot of them.
Sylvania was able to defeat this Gishornu Silver in battle. They've clashed before. She's won. There's no reason to be afraid.
Look at that.
We will see Sylvania, and she will make sense of all of this. And so, we must defeat Jokrob to get out first. Am I understanding the situation?
Yeah, there's no other way that we are aware of. Regardless of what happens after, that has to be done. Yeah, and maybe, for all we know, this little gnome cat will kick the bucket before we get out. Could happen. That solves the problem for you, right?
Apology looks to Isaac as she doesn't know what to do in this scenario.
I'm not sure what to do either, Apology. I mean, Sylvania may be able to defeat this in her prime, but how many people will die along the way, and is Sylvania still in her prime?
Isn't being in your prime like very time oriented? Whereas I don't think time really applies to her too much. As evidenced by Apology existing.
Also, I don't think Yeshgorn Silver is in his prime either.
All evidence is that Sylvania has changed quite a lot.
Well, at least in potential motivations. Yeah, she was a real bitch.
Whoa, uncalled for.
I mean, did you not see you saw her in Jokrob's little tower? She was not a nice person.
You will not speak ill of my guide. Do you understand ye?
I mean, I'll talk shit about whoever I want to talk shit about. Look, she talks shit to me, I get to talk shit back. It's only fair, right? You weren't there.
No,
we saw it with our
Afros.
own eyes and our own ears.
You must have misunderstood,
or misheard her. Perhaps you were too stupid to understand what she was saying, but Sylvania is a genius. She is the moon. She guides us.
I mean, the moon's like a big rock, ain't it? I don't know if that's the greatest guide.
No. The moon. And she turns and like stares at you.
Wouldn't people rather use like the stars to guide?
The moon is what's left of the stone dragon. We are standing on its body, and the shell that it came from is the moon in the sky. And she looks so proud of herself. I will not make a history check for all of you. You recognize that there are 2 moons in the sky of Bustan.
What about
There's 2
here?
moons in the sky, Bustan.
Like,
No, there's 1 moon, and it is the egg.
I've been there more recently than you.
there are 2 moons.
There are, in fact,
You may
2
not like
moons.
him, but he's right.
Apology just blinks. What?
I think you missed a cycle. If this is, cyclic.
How could you have existed but there was only 1 moon? You don't
Well,
just have a moon pop out of nowhere,
Is-
right?
Can I roll to see if Wielder's as big of a space nut as I am in real life? I don't think he is. Can I make a history or intelligence check?
Yeah, I mean, like
She's been here 5,000 years or something.
Mhm.
Like,
Oh, in here.
surely, 5,000 years ago. Oh yeah, 5,000 here.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows how long that is on the material plane?
But even so, that's like
based
nothing.
on how long living sentient beings have been on the material plane, surely some record via either an oral story passed down or something has come up about that.
Go ahead and make a history check. That's entirely reasonable for someone to know.
Okay. History.
God, Isaac's so cool.
Yeah, Isaac would know. Wielder wouldn't.
8.
Could others roll? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, others that have a reason to know. I think Isaac would have a reason to know, as this pertains to Shiva, believe it or not.
Ooh.
Oh, then I might.
I don't know if
guess.
Cinder would have a reason to know. But...
Nope. Not surprised by this.
Okay. So, Isaac, as you would know, Shiva was on a mission to free all of the deities and also recruit other deities in order to fight against the demons. Right?
Right. I know that.
The original moon, Arup, was augmented with a second moon, Narak, when they brought a certain deity over.
Effie?
Nope.
Sylvania.
No one knows how
Nope.
Effie got here.
Who's
No one. Effie arriving is very surprising.
Oh, that's something we as players know, but no one in character knows. Okay.
Right. No one knows why they brought the moon or what the moon was brought over for, but they brought a second moon into the sky, and then there was a famous speech that was given from the members of Shiva about it.
But no one remembers it.
Isaac remembers it.
No, they remember when the moon showed up. Like, that was surprising, and then they said, we brought this moon here so that we can have a dawn of a new age. This moon symbolizes our resistance. But no one knows why they brought the moon. That is always a secret. Presumably, it was brought, like, when the deities were brought, it had something to do with that, but that's just a theory.
Oh. I'll say that then. When Shiva, freed a lot of gods, the moon came with one of them, probably. Unless it didn't. Anyways, Shiva made the extra moon.
Well, that is strange. Let's ignore this moon thing, shall we?
Does that mean the other moon is made of calcium? Like eggshells?
Yes, it is the egg of the stone dragon. So it has been taught.
Perhaps another stone dragon was brought in. That would make sense. There are other planes. They must also have stone dragons. Yes, this all makes sense to me.
Well, why's it gotta be stone?
No other dragon is that size.
I mean, I don't inherently think that dragons are, godlike. Just
Or
because
the
they're
only
big.
source of moons.
The stone dragon is. Look, let's just carry on, okay? We'll defeat Jokrob, and we'll ask Sylvania about the second moon as well. Sylvania will know what the second moon is.
I'm actually kind of curious about that now.
I mean, what happens when Vanya doesn't give us all the answers? What are you gonna say then?
She will. She's been around this whole time. She knows everything.
Maybe once upon a time she did, but
Is there anything we can do to contain Yshornu within Happy's body until we can figure out what to do?
everyone looks at Cal for expertise.
Oh yeah.
No, maybe that's right. Oh god, my voice. Maybe if we give Happy the aspect of Jokrob, she can set them to fighting and keep them from acting out until we get the chance to excise one or
That
more
sounds
things from her.
incredibly dangerous. Because what happens if he makes use of the aspect?
That could work, actually.
Who's saying that?
Yes. It
Yeah,
is I,
yeah.
Sereth.
Oh.
Oh, how you worms looked down upon me and rejected my help, and now you come crawling back.
I mean,
I
it's,
shall give you this for free. To contain my rival. Oh, how it fills me with joy. Yes, I suppose the aspect could trap it within Happy, creating a cage, just as I have encaged the aspect within Calcifere.
Is not this aspect of Jokrob more powerful than that which I fight with?
That is correct.
But would
We
that
have-
rely upon Happy's will to cage it?
Yes, and also her relationship with the aspect. You see, Calcifere and I fight this thing regularly. We keep it down, but if Happy allows the aspect to grow, then Yshornu Silver will remain trapped within her.
There's one problem. You're the demon holding the aspect in, and now you want to do the opposite of the aspect holding the demon in? Doesn't that
I
seem...
am much stronger than that fool. His honeyed words have no place in the battlefield.
this is also, we've figured out this is not a possession technically, so I suspect I have more control than what would than we necessarily think. I could do it. If you guys want me to?
I think it's way too much of a risk. It doesn't sound logical to me.
I
don't.
mean, I've been thinking
Rip-
this whole time, Venari, I haven't thought of any other way forward. I don't want to release Yshornu Silver on the world, but Happy is my friend. If
Well, the aspects are the one
give
thing
her
we
away to
absolutely
resist.
100% need for this. So to risk it going to someone like Yshornu is...
I don't know how it would go to him.
That is
Like,
the one
he's-
way we can possibly actually lose.
I don't know how it would go to him though. What would that require?
Because we already
Sarah.
have evidence of a demon of similar strength, despite what he
Right.
says.
That's
He really
Calcifere
wants to downplay how good Yshornu is to make himself look better. But they're about equivalent, I think.
Yshornu Silver is much weaker than I.
Cal is
Look
also
at the battle records. They're displayed in my halls. I have won 2 more battles than Yshornu Silver.
That's not statistically significant.
And what about the size of the battles?
They were
You could have
massive
won.
battles. I have fought against devils. I have fought against angels and won. Entire armies driven before me. I am supreme. Yashornu Silver is a fraction of what he once was, and what he was a coward. He hid behind all of the people that would work with him.
Fenari, if you don't want to take this plan, then you need to come up with an alternate, because the only other option I've heard is to kill Appy, and I'm not willing to do that.
Or just let it happen? Trust in her decision that's right and let Yashornu out?
I disapprove of this. We must make Yashornu Silver suffer.
I mean, Appy, I don't know why
I
you
don't.
did
I
this.
think the fear of the aspect going to Yashornu Silver, I don't think is founded, because you have to realize Cal and Sereth are working together. They're able to trap the aspect, right?
I mean, Cal can't do it on her own.
I'm not giving any like power over my body to Yashornu. He's not able to do anything to my body or with my body.
You don't know that? He
It's
just
not a
hasn't
possession.
tried?
By your own spell, it's not a possession.
It could be much more powerful than that.
Appy, I don't know what benefit you're getting out of this. I assume it has something to do with the things that you've told us and not the others. But would you lose it? Do you think it's worth it to try this plan to become an aspect to keep this in check? Because I know you don't want to release it on the worlds. I know you better than that, but you judged it worth it.
If she made a deal to release him and she doesn't release him, she'll go against that deal, and probably you think he's going to be, complicit? You think he's just going to get off scot-free?
If Happy says it's worth it, then I have to trust her. She's Happy Fizzlebang.
Well, then why aren't you trusting her original decision to make the deal? Why are you trying to go back on it? Second guess her. Trying to come up with some other plan that introduces new risks.
I'm just trying to find a way forward that doesn't involve my friend dying or everyone and my friend dying.
Well, taking the aspect works. Happy takes the aspect and uses it to encage this demon.
That's what we were literally just discussing.
Yeah,
and it is the reverse of what Cal has shown works.
Yeah,
which is why I don't think it will work in reverse.
There's a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Cal's got the whole demon. This is just a sliver of this silver guy.
Correct.
Can I roll an insight on Sereth to see how confident he is of this, or if he's biased?
Go ahead. We know he's biased, but I don't know how you can't be scared of that.
I actually wonder about this idea that he's obviously biased, because aren't they enemies? Isn't his incentive to fight this in the most effective way possible?
Yeah, he might be biased in the sense that he might be not realizing how powerful Yashornu Silver actually is. I think
he's egotistical as hell and wants to be his rival. I don't think they're enemies; they're rivals.
Sereth is just doing this basically because he knows it will piss off Yashornu Silver. He is partially, you get the sense he's partially convinced it will work, but he's not sold. He just doesn't care about the consequences. He just knows this will make Yashornu Silver miserable.
Sereth, if you don't think this would, you have to consider the ramifications of this action for us. If you're not 100% certain that this would work, why bring this up?
I am relatively certain. Let's not worry about exactly how certain we can be. And this... Do we have the time to sit around while the world burns?
No, actually.
Then we must
take a 1% chance. If it just 1% chance to fuck Yashornu, he would take it, regardless of the consequences.
Doesn't matter how.
What percentage is it, Seraph? What percentage is this?
Surely that's impossible to calculate.
You are wise to ask the tactician of Cindy's army. I calculate with great certainty of my vast intellect. 43.6%.
You know, I ain't too good at math, but that's less than a coin flip, right?
Correct.
Better than most of the other deals we're getting.
I mean, worst case scenario, if no one else takes the aspect, I could try it. He's still just gonna escape anyways, right? I don't think he can get the aspect.
An awkward pause falls over the rising.
There's also the
You know,
consideration
it could-
that you'd probably have to use your aspect in order to do that, and using the aspect is generally frowned upon.
Not sure why, but I tried to hit my mute button like 20 times and it finally worked. You know, it might work temporarily, in which case we would have enough time to consult with what I might call the professionals.
Aren't we the professionals now?
To an extent. But there are those with a specialized set of skills.
Really, you don't mean vampire ladies.
When
Like
it
that-
comes to
I
matters
referred
of the
to-
soul, Sylvania is an expert, but the utmost expert would be Dast. I would
I, in
recommend that
fact-
we speak with him as well.
I, in fact, refer to those with a great deal of experience keeping things where they're intended to stay.
Ah, yeah, the bronze gauntlet. That's right. We'll go to my boss. He'll know what to do.
Gast wants to destroy all magic, apologies, so he might just kill us rather than helping.
Dast is a bit unorthodox in his methods, I admit, but have a chat with him. You'll find that he is quite reasonable. As for the bronze gauntlet, I don't know what that is.
It's an organization that has a bunch of, like, warriors.
Yeah, didn't they like lock up Sereth in the first place?
Yeah. Until, I guess he got out somehow.
Yeah. I mean, they locked up demons before. You'd probably lock up another demon. Makes sense to me, I don't know.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it right now. We have days of travel ahead of us. We also have to take down the last barrier here.
Yeah, we have to check this place out. Now that the barrier is down.
Something we have to destroy.
Yes, I've been looking forward to looking at this monument for so long. Ever since I've got here. This is
Did you
where I
already
wanted
pull
to
up the
go.
monument? Oh no, we didn't today.
Yeah, there's basically just a set of doors leading down if you'd like to open it.
I think while we were all talking, Herschel, it was because I didn't talk as him at all. Herschel was just so excited about going into this monument, he's begun to ritually cast comprehend languages. Just
Okay.
in excitation of going into here.
You probably had time to.
Yeah.
We've been talking for like an hour.
Well, let's go down there at least.
All right, let's go smash something.
Okay.
We go down the stairs.
When you go down the stairs, there's a set of stone double doors.
Afros will try and push it open.
Afros, it's a bit hard. You push it open as best as you can. You struggle against the weight of the doors. Inside, there's just a single room. There is a podium which has what appears to be a glowing orb on it. And then off to the side, there is something that was clearly added on later, containing an urn. The urn's lid is ajar.
Should we close that?
Oh, we just put them back in.
And they've basically just like propped this up against the wall here, in just a relatively stable, quickly done modification to the room. Basically, like they nailed a platform to the wall and put the urn on it.
Jeez.
Should we consider closing that? What do you think, Venari? Do you think touching that's a good idea at all?
Additionally, one further thing, there is a written inscription that is repeated in all kinds of languages that covers the entirety of the back wall. It's written in Common, Dwarvish, Celestial, just repeated over and over in different languages. It's the same thing each time. It reads, "Do not open the urn. You do not know of which resides. There is nothing great to be found in here. It spells only your doom. Leave this place at once."
Ooh,
Aaron's
I
already
know what
open.
you base that off of. That sounds like the
Yeah,
warnings for the nuclear waste stuff.
it's similar, isn't it?
Yeah, I like
It's
it.
not a place of honor.
Yes.
But
Oh, I love that.
it seems like someone has opened the urn at some point.
Idiot.
The lid's still on it. It's just kind of, there's like a crescent moon opening.
Can I mage hand close it?
Yep.
I do so. Or Voneri does.
I think the genie's already out of that proverbial bottle.
It's worth a try. I'll turn and look at Happy.
I mean, we could shove her
Anything-
head back in it.
Happy's
seems
head would
like-
not fit in the urn.
I mean, if you mush it up enough, we would.
Well,
Mods?
what is it, Wielder?
No, I was just like, I look at Happy, and as once the lid is properly put on, like just not looking to you for any,
Oh,
like you
okay.
to say anything, but like anything visible.
Oh, I thought you were
Oh.
just like throwing shade there.
Oh no,
Like roll perception, or
no, like anything obvious. Like, did you recoil? Did your neck start burning? And I guess not.
I
So.
see. Oh, cool.
Seeing that nothing happened, Wielder would of course go up to the orb and begin casting Identify on it.
All right.
And Herschel is just, he's looking around, he's reading all of the words, making sure that they're all the same.
It's slightly different each time. There's like a little bit of translation issues where it's not
Yeah.
like a perfect translation.
Yeah, he's just like identifying like, oh, I don't know this language, but I don't know how to speak it, but I know what it is. Like, oh, that's giant, that's goblin. I don't speak them, but I know those runes.
I look at the orb. Hello,
All right.
orb.
The orb is softly glowing. You get a powerful sense of abjuration magic once the Identify goes off. The orb is, when you look at it closely, you can see kind of inside the orb, there's like a cloudy set of different colored smokes inside of it. And there's also just a faint sort of light that seems to be pointed towards the general direction of Jokrob's tower.
It looks the same as the one Voneri
Yeah.
grabbed and tried to drag around.
It's similar, yes.
Is it pick upable?
Do I get specifics about it? If it has magic properties, I learned them and how to use them.
Yeah, this orb, as long as it remains, this orb has been heft out of Cruzier's crystal, and it is being used to maintain part of the barrier.
All right, yeah, this is what we're here for. What did we do last time?
We just moved it far enough away? Avros hears this and just grabs the orb and starts yanking it toward the door.
Okay, make a strength check here.
I thought you were going to say Dex. Like, oh, it's fucking trapped.
21.
It is. I think save is the same as a check for Afros, right?
Oh, okay. Make it 3
Yeah,
lower.
this is, sorry, athletics. This would be athletics, I guess.
Then
Athletics
yes, it
strength.
is the same.
Let's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
smash it yet. Let's put it in one of our backpacks so that we can. He'll think he's safe, and then we smash it when we're right there in front of him. And we're like,
Are we just
Afros,
moving
it
far
gets
enough?
more and more like unstable as you're holding it, and it has like a tether effect, but when you pull it far enough away, it snaps and the light inside the orb goes out.
Oh, dang.
And you can see, like, the more and more Aphros pulled it against it, the more the barrier began to wobble as it became a little bit less certain. It seems the podium and the orb together were creating this effect. And so, the final barrier goes down.
All right.
Is the
We've
orb
taken care of everything here.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Cruisier's crystal. It's spent, but you have one.
Hey, we can unspend it at some point.
Spent cruiser.
It's like a burnt out light bulb, right?
Basically, yeah.
Like something inherently inside it is broken and can't be replaced.
Correct.
Okay.
It's still full of argon, which is a valuable gas, maybe. Okay, well, let's go kill Jokrob then.
Now you're talking my language.
Remember that Happy has to take the aspect. We can go to the Beholder first and kill the Beholder.
Where is that? Oh my goodness.
What beholder?
That's
And
to
I
get
think
the
that they
scope,
specifically
right?
choose not to speak your language.
Yeah, there's a Beholder, and if we kill it, Daya will give us a
Not
Let's
Daya.
go.
The gunsmith guy. Or not
other
gunsmith.
gunsmith guy.
the
Will give us a
creator
little
guy.
Yeah,
scope.
Daya. Shouldn't we go back to the Northwest Alliance and inform them about what happened to Daya?
Nope.
There was nothing we could have done about that. She was dead.
Incidentally, one thing that I will say for free here is because you know there's an oasis here. If you go this way, then there's no random encounter. Because it's not
Oasis.
random. There's an oasis there.
Who's the guy with us?
Dennis?
Dennis. He came
Menace.
from there, right?
No, Dennis was sent there
Sent-
by the White Lance in order to give Isaac's gun.
Okay.
Because the White Lance thought Isaac would need the gun.
They were correct.
Scope person. I forgot their name. They're in the Northwestern Alliance. And they said, yeah, I believe that was the case. That if you bring the Beholder's eye back, he can use that to make like lenses and give you a scope for your rifle.
Hell yeah. A better scope. A +1 scope.
Oh, that's Prince Silos you're talking about.
Yeah,
it-
there you go, Prince Cells. Yeah, he also had a scope on his like artillery thing.
We
that
can
he
also
can
do it
shoot.
later, right?
Yeah, because
you
if you above board, if you finish this arc, everything inside here goes to the material plane. So the Beholder will just be somewhere in the material plane. You can still do this. You'll just have to find Prince Silos.
There you go.
Okay. Who has to roll the journey DC or whatever it is?
Isn't there like a few rolls? He had like a travel.
The guide first.
Oh, we should.
So-
Yeah, we should go through the Oasis because that'll give us like a free hex.
Who's the guide?
Herschel will guide.
Oh my
Isaac can
gosh.
do the guy.
Because I don't think we've ever traveled with all of us together before, have we?
Yeah, we did.
We did
When was
to
that?
Venteiya.
To
But it
Venteiya,
wasn't
oh
very fun.
yeah, that was like 2
Mhm.
days, right, or something like that.
We've already been down this way, so I know the path pretty well. Our group of 5 have been healed 4 now.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
all right.
What did Team Shipwreck do? We went. This was our path, wasn't it? We just went south and then went counterclockwise around the whole map.
Yep. Too much fucking walking.
I mean, is this canon? Will we end up saving half a day if we do this?
Yeah, you can do that. I don't see why not.
Right.
I think we're just going straight there.
Do your survival
Yep.
check or whatever
All
it
right.
is.
Yes, Herschel will roll survival.
Okay.
Am I allowed to guidance this?
Yeah, I think you can guidance for the initial
Okay, I'll
one.
take
That's completely
guidance
fine.
and flash of genius.
And I aid this as well.
All right.
Whoever you-
All right.
Just wildin'. I don't think you can aid it, but you can definitely use Flash of Genius and all that.
So that's 27.
27. All right, so this is incredibly good to do here. So Let's see. Go ahead and roll 2d6.
All right.
You have succeeded by 5 or more, so this is going to add +2 on your readiness modifier. And
4.
also you get to pick 2. Okay, so it's the same. Go ahead and roll d6 again. 5.
5.
All right. So you have 2 choices here for your journey atmosphere. Once you get there, that is. So the first is to gain advantage on charisma ability checks as you are in high spirits, or the second is when you get there, you'll remove 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh, we could press through the night at the end. Get there even quicker.
Yeah, well, let's go with the exhaustion one.
All right, so that will allow you to press through the night and then actually do this in 3 days. Wow. Okay.
We should do it with the last night so that we get the exhaustion right before we remove it.
Yeah. Okay, so the first day, then, the first day and a half, rather. Well, let's not do the half. I think that's kind of whack. And just, like, you go through the night, the last day. Just because otherwise it becomes difficult. You know what I mean?
We
To do
spent
this.
time in this day, some time in this day already. Probably
Yeah, that's true.
comes close to evening out.
All right, so let's just make it 2 days here. So the first day, you get to the oasis, and incredibly, as we've discovered, there's an oasis there,
Amazing. Never would have guessed.
right? For the next day, something potentially bad could happen. You work your way through the night and make it here. Who would like to roll on the encounter table? This is still the 2d10. This will be at a +5,
Ooh.
given this result.
Who's the luckiest person? Cal?
Cal.
Yeah, I think that's canonical. Can you
Except for the
repeat the
fact
roll?
that you're lucky in very specific ways and very unlucky in other ways.
Oh no.
Like missing a leg.
Okay, look, just because Venari got me caught in prison one time and set me on a spiral of being caught in prison. What am I rolling?
2d10 +5.
I like how it's Venari's fault.
It's always Venari's.
I mean, that makes sense in this case, though.
Okay. Who is on lookout duty here?
Venari for sure.
I could be lookout if no one else is.
Well, Venari's on it.
Oh, okay,
Right
cool.
now.
cool. Oh, yeah, wait.
I
Fair,
can
fair.
scout.
Well, I think there's going to end up being overlap on some of these rolls.
Yeah,
we
of course.
We can stack everything but Peter,
That's
right?
fine.
Genesis also wants to scout.
Genesis wants to scout.
Yeah,
All right,
is
Genesis.
perception and stealth. Is that what that is?
Yeah. So those of you on lookout, please give me a perception check. This is based off sight.
24.
24.
Perceptual moment. 24.
Wow, very consistent. The giant worm is in the area. If you continue forward, you will encounter the giant worm. However, you can just take a little break here, make this even 2 days, and just try again and avoid it. It's up to you. If you press onward, you will have to make stealth checks to avoid the worm. These will be made at disadvantage as you have nowhere to hide.
I think our group is all that stealthy.
Yeah.
2 of us are.
Yeah, especially not anymore.
Yeah, we added a lot of non-stealthy characters. So.
Yeah.
It is a group stealth.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not going to
got
get
less
to
stealthy.
50%,
Yeah.
probably.
I mean, normally it wouldn't be bad, just the consequences of this are giant worm.
Yeah,
we
I
don't
think
know if we can actually
should
take
try
them.
to avoid this.
Oh fuck, that thing's gonna go to the material plane, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, maybe we want to get rid of it, eh? If it just ends up in the material plane, is this going to be on top of Slaypool? Like, won't it just destroy things and kill
We don't know what
like
the
a
scale
catastrophic number of people?
Might just be like the outer region. It might come in. It might merge back in the material plane in the middle of the
What-
fucking water for all we know and die.
I mean, this thing is from the material plane. Keep it in mind as well.
we
What do
don't
we
know
know
anything
about
about
this
the nature of
worm?
the merging, right?
What do you know about the worm? That the worm, the worm is taken from another part of the world. Jokrob
Yeah.
took it. To avoid the worm, if you are not on the ground, it has trouble noticing you as it relies on its tremor sense, which has an incredible range.
Kilometers long.
We need to kill it, or else it's gonna come to Slaypool and eat Slaypool.
It's going to eat people in Slaypool, then we're going to kill it too late. That's the problem, that people are going to die.
Well, this place is massive, right? Not all of it's going to go directly into the city.
That's true,
I don't think
right?
so. At least.
You also know that I don't remember like the entirety of it, but this thing is like kind of an apex predator, but it's also not like very active all the time. It eats, then it goes to sleep for a while, then it eats and repeats. That's sort of how it moves. It's unusually active right now, but probably because it doesn't have its fill. Yeah, very devastating creature, very powerful.
The thing is, we also have a lot of people that are probably very easy for it to eat, like Hunter and Dennis as well. If we do fight it, we should probably just wait.
We should just.
Yeah.
Should we also be powering up Apology?
Probably.
Oh yeah.
However,
I'll let her eat every day from Isaac.
Okay.
However, should Sylvania or Das turn out to be like completely evil or something, like she's probably just going to side with them, right? Not with us. Keep that in mind.
Go ahead and roll a 44.
Me?
I think that's what it is. Yeah,
Okay.
because this would be 2 days.
44. 9. That's a terrible, terrible, terrible roll.
All right. She gains 9 additional health.
Cinder will do it.
I think, yeah, Herschel would as well.
You can't.
And
You
she
can only
can only
feed
eat
once a
one
day.
person per day.
Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Forgot about.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I
It's
kind
like
of feel like in the flavor, Cal's pretty interested in it, but also Isaac keeps volunteering and is very passionate about things. So
He really wants his
important.
blood source.
It's like, have you guys ever done like a long fast before?
No.
If you go like a long time without eating and then you try to eat a bunch of food at once, like it
Goes
destroys you.
This came up in World War II, but we won't go into that.
Well, I was thinking like fasting, which happens all the time in like religious context, but I guess we can go there as well.
You're not
Yeah.
supposed to eat a bunch after you fast. That's true. That's legitimately a thing.
And so imagine going like centuries, millennia without eating. That's sort of why she's doing it like this.
True.
But anyways, that's beside the point. Go ahead and roll again. No progress is made, but you avoid the worm. That's 2d10 plus 5.
Oh. I wanted to fight the worm so that it doesn't eat Slaypool.
Problem is, we fight the worm, it'll just end up eating Dennis, maybe Apology.
Don't worry,
But
Slaypool's not
definitely
going to
Hunter.
exist after all of this.
I don't think it would see Dennis.
Above board, by the way, what would happen with the worm is once it kills a single person, it would just swallow them and then burrow away.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was also what I was worried about, because then we won't be able to track it. It'll just be hiding under the ground, sleeping somewhere really far away.
Says the one that's going to unleash a demon into the world.
Ooh,
that was tried to destroy everything.
What is this?
Oh no, the worm! Oh no, what are we going to do about the worm, guys?
The demon is just going to his own plane.
Jazz, go ahead and roll 2d10 plus 5.
After he
You've been
kills
voluntold.
Ormir and everyone he hates.
Oh, is that for the damage you're taking from that burn?
No, that's the encounter, right, or something.
Wow,
Scene. Wow.
that's really
Really?
interesting.
That's a perfect
Doing
square.
extremes.
Very average.
This is actually incredibly interesting. Wow. I'm so glad that you got this one here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Jokrob's standing outside waiting for us.
I mean, look.
It's the Trask. Jokrob brought the Trask to his inner sanctum.
You guys are approaching a cliff. And as you do, Team Jailbreak, you recognize this cliff.
This is the bridge.
This is the bridge.
Fucking Harmony Patrol guy there too. Again.
On the other side of the bridge is Jokrob, Haruka, and Coral just stand there.
Oh. So we didn't even need to break the barriers. He just fights us outside of them. What a jerk.
He might have just left because the barriers are broken. There's no reason waiting in there.
Are we rolling initiative or are they not attacking us?
They are not attacking.
Are they real?
Jokrob looks at everyone. He looks at Coral, who's about to like pop off, and puts a hand on Coral's shoulder. Haruka's just quiet. Hello, everyone. It looks like you've defeated all of my barriers.
Yeah, and we're here for your head now. You want to make it easy on us?
Hello, Jokrob. It's been a while.
It's been a while. My entire tower is unstable right now because the barriers helped hold it together.
I told you to get those looked at. You can't always rely on magic.
Well, I would like to invoke Parlay. Parlay!
Yeah,
We're
you
not
would
pirates.
like to do that, you little silver-tongued goat man. You want to stall so that we don't chop off your head.
No?
This is great, actually. We'll trade you the aspects, and in exchange, we won't kill you.
I don't think it's that easy to take the aspect from him.
I mean, if we don't fight, then the planes won't merge.
The transfer of the aspect will do it as well, but I actually was going to propose the same thing. My loss is pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. I mean, you have this army to kill me. Dear good. Ugh.
Can I make a perception check while he's talking to see if he's trying to distract us to spring a trap?
Go ahead.
On the bridge.
Perception, huh?
Let me open up Wielder. Here we are.
You're doing it. I won't draw
Could others roll it as well?
There we go. Ooh.
I mean, we already know that the bridge is trapped, and it's going to collapse if we go over it.
Ooh.
He looks completely harmless at this point.
Do I see the explosives on the bridge, Bug?
Happy, you notice that Haruka is looking quiet, but she has a knife, and every now and then you catch glimmers of it in her hand. She is ready to cut the ropes on this bridge should anything happen. But other than that, Jokrob does not appear to be armed.
Makes sense. These cliffs here are this like whatever this stuff here. This is all difficult terrain, right?
That is correct, yes. And I should mention that you are on like a lower height than they are. They are above you. So their cliff is about 30 feet tall, whereas yours is only 10 feet. You're on the lower part of it, and the bridge kind of leads up to them. Now, I do not wish to see any further bloodshed, and I believe we could work together. I really do. I mean, we have a shared goal. And granted, you've trampled all over my dreams. But I believe that you don't want to see the preacher destroy everything.
I have kind of a plan. I'm going to cast Spider Climb on Happy, which includes like a verbal component, and then I'm going to cast Gift of Gab.
You even need to
so
do
that
that?
he doesn't remember me using the verbal component.
Wait, are you casting
wait.
Spider Climb on me?
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
you
you're
already have a
boost,
climb
don't you?
speed?
I don't know. I
Uh,
don't need boost. I
Those
just
are
have
2
them.
leveled spells.
One of them's a reaction, so
But you'd have to wait 6 seconds technically to do the reaction.
it's a bonus action that makes it so you can't
Yeah,
cast
it's
it
only
otherwise.
that
Oh,
rule
yeah,
only
that's
applies to
true.
bonus actions.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
But I forgot that Happy has a climbing speed already, so I don't actually have to do that.
Climbing
was wondering
speed
about the
plus,
climbing
I could jump really high anyways, so I can clear a lot of this difficult terrain.
So,
Don't forget it's a cliff, so there's like it's like a big drop, Happy.
to that
Oh,
end, I
this
am
one's only
willing to
9.
offer my unilateral
Check.
and unconditional
That's not jump.
surrender.
Right.
Well, I suppose it is not quite unconditional. I'm asking that you spare my lieutenants. Coral and Haruka are good people, and they don't deserve to die.
They have no need to be killed.
Can I roll insight? Is he actually like surrendering?
Go ahead. He seems to be telling the truth. As far as you can tell, Happy. He has like this very defeated manner about him.
I mean, this is like a really nice situation, kind of.
You're
Yeah,
still
I-
a problem for us.
I have sent my dragon to the northeast to deal with something there, and my dragon has not returned. I've spied on it using my scrying ball, and I found that the dragon had been killed by a beast that resides within it, and now the beast is gone. I suspect you know something about this.
Was the beast like a
Yeah.
worm? Or...
We killed it.
Right, you've killed it. You've killed the thing that have killed my trump card.
I know, we're pretty great, aren't we?
I have nothing that I can do at this point. I am lost. And so I humbly accept my defeat. Well played, the Rising.
Hold on.
I s-
Is Jokrob also offering, like, is he saying that the aspect can be transferred without him dying?
That's correct.
Okay.
But you knew this because Irene was...
Yeah,
You can spare them, yeah.
but you're still a problem for us.
Why am I a problem?
The newspaper, the scheming, the mind control.
All of these things were for the greater good.
I want you to do something if we do this.
Very well.
I want you to stay with us, and I want you to talk to Apology and make friends with Apology, and you can tell each other about Sylvania, past and present. If you're gonna surrender to us, you're going to help us, and what we need help with is your mom, because she is scary and also doing
He-
weird things.
Looks terrified as soon as you say this. Yes, I mean, yes, Mother Dearest is a bit of a problem.
Age worse than death, I see.
How much do you know about Sylvania?
We know that she used to lead a religion, and she possibly still does, and we know that she's changed. And we know that it'd be better if she was back to the way she used to be.
I heard stories about how Mother used to be before she changed. She told me that I need to exercise every bit of compassion within myself if I want it to be a real aspect.
Hey, is Sylvania one of these aspect things?
No, Sylvania created the aspects.
And now she doesn't say that the aspects needs compassion. What does she say they need instead?
The aspects must be ruthless. They must create as much despair as possible so that this plane comes to rot.
Can I roll insight on Apology as we're having this conversation?
Go ahead.
I want to see how she's reacting to this sort of thing. 10. Fuck.
You don't need a high roll. Apology is like furious, terrified, and horrified all at the same time. Like it's 2 parts fear, 1 part just raw anger. Like this is heresy, But she doesn't think Jokrob is lying either and doesn't know how to process this.
Told you she was a real bitch to us.
So,
Let's make a trade. Come over here and we'll turn the other way and we'll leave your lieutenants alone.
you have to come to my tower for the transfer. I am not fully in control of this aspect, you see. I suppose I might as well show my hand, as I've completely and totally lost. Sylvania made this aspect. She made this inner sanctum, all of this. I am just borrowing it. For a time. Just as you too can borrow it.
So your entire grand plan was built on stuff that you have no control over. And
To
no
an
guarantee.
extent. You see, I am controlling this as long as Sylvania allows me to, and as long as I continue to work with the preacher until the point where the planes emerge, she agreed to let me do whatever I wanted. Admittedly, I don't have the power to directly oppose her, and I don't think anyone does. But I will do what I can to weather the storm. Or so I thought, until you came along. But if you've defeated me, so very well. Please do not take our heads. If you think you know better than I for how best to save the world, then save it. I will work with you every step of the way that I can.
Including coming out in public and denouncing everything your newspaper has said. Saying
Yes.
that you smeared us.
So funny because that was so long ago on the material plane. He probably doesn't give a shit.
I mean, we can talk specifics later and the best strategy later, but for
I
now we should
forget.
huddle and vote.
I forget how time works. Like, is it faster here or slower here? Or do we not know?
Time's going way
Or is it the
faster in the
same?
material plane. We don't
Yeah,
know
time is
exactly how
slower here.
much.
The effect seems to be variable as well. For instance, in Deep Shade Pool, it was a much more pronounced effect.
Let's group huddle real quick and talk to Jokrob for a second.
Apology's just like shell-shocked and just sits down.
Are you okay, Apology? I mean, we knew this was a possibility,
Yeah,
right?
he's lying. I just need to figure out the contradiction in his words. You said he was a tricky sort, right? A liar. He's speaking falsehoods. Something there doesn't add up, and I'll find it. Just give me some time to think.
It'd be better if we had him with us to question, right?
Right, of course. We'll figure it out.
Dennis, Hunter, do you think we should take him with us?
Hunter just has no idea what you're saying, or it just follows along. Dennis thinks, I don't really know anything about this aspect stuff. All I know is things are real bad in the material plane, and we need you guys. We need hope. And I think that's you. And if this guy wants to help, I mean, Slaypool needs all the help it can get right now.
I've heard all I need to. Does everyone want to vote? We can vote in chat if you want.
I mean, I think it's just easy enough to chop his head off. We got all the, we got all the bargaining power.
If he's actually surrendering, though, I mean, should we really be chopping his head off?
I mean, you think he's actually surrendering?
Well,
He's probably got some special little one last trick.
Sylvania created this place, but you transferring the aspect merges it with the material plane.
Are you saying that to him?
I guess I started out asking out of character, and then I transitioned into in character. Yeah, I'll ask.
That's 6 of us. Cal, what are you gonna vote?
I mean, we should clearly at least hear him out. There's no reason to not go with him and see if he actually can extract the aspect.
I know that it has to do with the way aspects move around. I don't know the specifics of how aspects work. So, when all of us oppose, this progresses the faith plan, as it's been called. And what I also know is that the transfer of the aspect as well will, to an extent, continue this.
But not as much as fighting, surely.
Not as much, no, but we seem to be on the precipice of something. Perhaps it won't be enough. And that is my honest intention here. I hope that it isn't enough. And if it is, we can find some way to stop Ain from killing the others. Or to stop Tvar from dying. Or, well, we'll have to stop Nula at some point. He's going to kill so many. Oh.
Hey,
But, no matter what, we must continue to press forward. You've foiled all of my plans. I have nothing left. I am coming to you since you seem to know so much more than I. How do we stop this from happening? How do we protect as many as we can?
I mean, we've seen this before, Jokrob. The white substance, the hope meat, This plane can do so much more than kill people. It can help people. We just have to embrace it.
It's too late, Jokrob. It doesn't matter what anyone does. The planes are going to collide, and the world is going to be remade. It's just a matter of having someone appropriate do the remaking at this point.
And it isn't me.
It was never your role to play. You tried to ham-fist yourself into that role.
He steps forward. The Asnan people refer to this as Penonchi, the curing properties of the stone dragon. I've studied a little bit. I heard about everything that Mommy Dearest was doing, that Fate was experimenting with, that Percy was experimenting with. The more I found out what they were doing with this plane, the more I had to find. The stone dragon. That's what this all boils down to. Tell me, do you know how the names of the houses came to be?
We know the stone wall. What about the others?
They are named after the dragons. The brass, gold, copper, platinum. The stone wall, the one that protects us all, named after the stone dragon. Fitting, isn't it?
Well, I do know one thing about all this cycle and all this dragon stuff, is that we're gonna have to stop it eventually, or else there's gonna be so many moons that they crash into each other and kill everyone on the planet.
Come with me. I will transfer my aspect over. I will even tell you how to use it.
Where is Sylvanius right now?
I don't know where Sylvania is.
When did she leave?
She came to inspect everything and left.
Okay.
She does this frequently. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
I would also like to insight that.
Okay.
Flash of Genius, the higher one.
There you go.
Okay, never
Flash of
mind.
Genius, that's the higher one. Flash of Genius.
You said you're gonna flash the genius
All
eye.
right, go. 33.
You can never be too safe with Jokrob. He's a slip.
33.
So as you're watching Jokrob, you can see like he gets more and more animated and then deflates and then gets more and more animated and then deflates. You get the sense that he has truly given up, but he hasn't lost hope, if that makes sense.
Meaning he's
He's-
tricking us?
Not that he's tricking you necessarily, just that he has hope in something. But at the
he
same
may not be at the
time-
reins, but he can hand it off, and maybe it'll
That's
still work out.
one interpretation. It's just like whenever he talks about what he's done, it's defeatist. But when he talks about like what's going to happen, there's suddenly more spring in it, more of like the old Jokrob that you came to know. And like you get the sense that he is not even remotely like trying to mask his emotions at this point. He's just trying to keep himself together. And because of that, he's showing a lot more than normally he would. But like when he's talking about like how he's defeated and how things are getting bad, how Sylvania is seemingly unstoppable, there's like this really deep depression behind it, like this inner sadness that just overwhelms everything. And when you're like paying attention to him, you're watching his body language. Even from here, with your incredible perception, you can kind of see like he's trying really hard not to cry. Like he's so overwhelmed. So that's what a 30 plus insight looks like, everybody.
Well, shall we shake on it, or as you like to say, let's make a deal?
No, I won't be making any more of those with you.
A good old-fashioned deal. In the
Let's
interest of everyone.
come to an agreement. And he steps forward and reaches out his hand. He then looks at Haruka and just like starts shaking his head. No. She backs away.
He's on the
Happy?
bridge.
You're gonna
Yep.
take it?
Let's go.
Let's go. He
I assume
shakes your
that-
hand.
I've kind of told Happy what I know about keeping the aspect in check, which probably isn't a whole lot, because mine is simply bury it deep down, don't acknowledge it, don't use it, don't draw on it, which is
Okay.
kind of opposite of what she needs. So I've offered whatever insight I think is relevant to what she's about to try.
Look, I already made
When-
the mistake once of rejecting Fim's offer for diplomacy. I will not make that mistake again by rejecting yours.
Coral looks like heartbroken by this, like he feels so betrayed. But you can see like when Jokrob shakes hands with you that he gives like a really innocent, sincere smile for the first time that you've ever seen. Well, we have a world to save. And let's go for a 10-minute break.
Cool.
All right.
Alright, I will be back at 38.
Oh, I've been muted for a long time, huh? That explains why everyone was ignoring me.
Yeah, it kind of helps to not be muted if you want to be heard.
I prefer to simply be muted.
Oh, we like to hear you talk. Talk
Oh, I appreciate that. I feel like Venteiya doesn't really appreciate hearing people talk, so that's kind of funny. Like, they kind of would rather people just telepathy to them. Probably kind of just pissed off that nobody else can do telepathy. Lazy assholes.
I mean, she mostly just used it so that she could communicate across languages rather than a necessary. It was useful as a priest. He also knows a bunch of the languages that are useful, and then for everything else, they use telepathy to get across language barriers. Alright, I will be right back. I need water. I'm back. Also, it's, now that I think of it, it's actually kind of very true because he thinks that she knows what the right thing to do is, and damn, I lost my train of thought. Shit. Oh yeah, that's right. She's actually wants to be a leader, but is a terribly uncharismatic person.
I see.
Therefore, wants to lead, wants to guide everybody, but is very bad at doing it.
For you.
Or at least convincing people that it's the right thing to do. That's why she was in charge of a mostly irrelevant church. Maybe she's just like on the spectrum.
Yeah, I kind of had that interpretation.
Smart and insightful, but can't communicate it at all.
I'm telling Benar you guys are saying these things. He's heard these things.
Now convinced she has to be the one to remake the world. It's probably not the thing.
Who's got to remake the world? What?
We were just talking about Bonari.
Nori has to remake the entire world. She's actually the villain. She's like Lex Luthor. She has to-
We've driven too far from the main road of life, of fate. Strolling too far. We can no longer correct it. We must rebuild it.
Oh man, I love Fate. Any Fate fans here?
Silence. Maybe Isaac, because it's, you know, his mom. But even then, that seems turbulent. Afro's might get along with her, I don't know.
I think it's very cool how many people online are surprised that Hikaru Nakamura is like destroying the FIDE Grand Prix tournament.
Those are words. I didn't understand very many of them.
The FIDE Grand Prix is a chess tournament. Hikaru Nakamura is a grandmaster, who at one point was the second highest rated player in the world. And people are surprised that he's winning a tournament.
He used to be like the best blitz player for like 5 years straight as well. It's really good. I don't know if it's 5 years straight, for a while though.
And then computers came along, made him irrelevant.
No, he's won he's won 4 tournaments in a row, like as of like last year. Like he's
Yeah, he's really good.
still like one of the best players in the world. But people are like, he's washed up because he's streaming. Like, what? This guy's number 2 in the world.
Or maybe.
I can't believe the former number 2 best player in the world is still good at the game. When
He's
he was
just-
number 2 in the world
Like
7
4
years ago.
7? Oh yeah, he's an old guy. Keep forgetting.
See, he's just also funny, and you can't be both smart and funny because humor is fundamentally not a thing that you have to use your brain to accomplish. Only stupid people are funny.
Yeah, people really like dumb
heavily
people.
disagree with that.
No, it's true. That's why Dane Cook is the top comedian.
Yeah, Dane Cook's the greatest comedian.
I think comedy inherently needs intelligence.
No, dude. All the quote unquote
Maybe emotional
smart,
intelligence, maybe.
all the quote unquote smart comics are bad. Like Richard Pryor, he's bad.
Let me
Dave
ask you a
Chappelle's
question.
bad.
Conan O'Brien, Harvard graduate, sucks.
He's
Let me
bad.
ask you a question. What is funnier
Let me
than
ask
Jackass?
you a question.
What is
funny?
funnier than Jackass? Exactly.
Exactly.
Maxwell was a murderer.
Yeah, but where did Steve-O learn all his stunts? He learned them at college. Bam.
What class they got teaching him those stunts, bro?
Clown college, motherfucker.
Ooh.
Yeah. Come back from that.
The thing is, guys go to college to get more knowledge. But sentient robots
Jupiter.
go to Jupiter.
They get more stupider.
Girls don't go to Jupiter.
nowhere.
Name
What,
one
you
girl
say
that's
girls
been to
can't be
Jupiter.
astronauts? Are you
Name
saying
one girl.
women
Name
cannot be
one girl who's been
astronauts?
to Jupiter. Actually, name one person who's gone to Jupiter.
Bobby Draper.
Steve Jobs.
Bobby Draper.
I
Who's been to Jupiter?
He did
Kick-ass
technically, yeah.
Martian space marine. Been to Jupiter.
Is that like Don Draper from Mad Men?
No.
No.
Bobby Draper is 100
Big
times
spans.
cooler than Don Draper.
Cooler than Don Draper?
So much. Bobby Draper is the coolest person. My second favorite space marine after the Master Chief. But
Of
it's
course, it
very
was Master
close.
Chief.
It's very close. Like I would watch The Expanse and be like, oh god, do I like Bobby Draper more than the Master Chief?
Is Bobby
Yes.
Draper cooler than Rorschach though? I don't think so.
Oh yeah. Like a billion times cooler.
Hey Jazz,
Yeah,
check this out. I'm gonna prank you really bad.
I'm waiting. Look at that. See, he has no prank. He's bluffing.
Wow.
You just
What a
got
fucking
trolled.
Clown.
You got trolled by the silence prank.
Got him.
Right.
Got him.
What did he do to deserve this cold shoulder? This silent treatment.
You kids with your Jake in a mirror.
Although I did kind of butcher that because you did give him the silent treatment. You're supposed to say it at anything else, like an effigy with a noose tied around you place at your office desk is the silent treatment.
Or like people throwing bricks at you.
Yeah.
It's been 10 minutes, but not everybody's back.
38.
Tim just posted. He said
It's-
at 37, he said he'll be back in 3 to
It's
5.
been
1 week.
3 to 5. That's like
I love this like soundboard cover that
it's
we did
over
there.
2 hours away from now.
Oh, that's so long.
That's good.
4:57.
Yeah, 3 hours. 3 to 5 hours.
That's actually the first interpretation of that sentence that my brain went to. Is 4:57.
Wow. Wow.
You just time zone doxed yourself, man. Good work.
I did joke about Jokrob being out front, waiting for us, and he actually was.
Yeah, it was really hard to like poker face that one. To be fair, though, that's only if there's an encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared there. 16 was an encounter, which worked. But if it was like, if you had rolled like the wyverns, which I don't think you've ever gotten.
Whoa!
No.
We could have been fighting wyverns.
They could have been fighting wyverns on the bridge. That was the other possibility.
I make dragon scale armor out of them.
You kids with your monster hunter.
I mean, that is the
Actually,
thing you do in
Skyrim.
D&D.
Actually, Skyrim. Okay,
It's actually RuneScape, bro.
What every druid ever wanted was fucking dragon scale armor. They
Actually,
weren't allowed to have
RuneScape.
metal armor. And the most arbitrary rule ever.
No, that's not the most arbitrary rule ever.
Oh, no, I am exaggerating. You're correct.
There's some pretty arbitrary rules in D&D. I'm trying to think of what the actual most arbitrary rule ever is in like D&D history.
5-foot step.
Not arbitrary. That's a
No, that
very
was just
distinct mechanical.
like bad design.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, welcome back. We're trying to think of what the most arbitrary rule in D&D history was.
Entirely first edition.
First edition had some banger rules.
I also had a ton of shit. I hope you like looking up giant matrices, depending on what you're attacking with or what.
You can
was the
resist a grapple
specific-
with athletics or with acrobatics, but you can't initiate a grapple with acrobatics.
What was the specific phrasing of what we were?
There's a
looking
reason
for?
for that, though.
Like
Okay.
the most arbitrary.
Yeah,
Counterpoint, Robin. Like
There's a
Batman and
lot of
Robin.
Robins. I don't know which one you're referring to.
Like Robin is an acrobat, and his thing is like tying people up.
yeah, like Baskin Robbins.
Like Robin can't be modeled in Dungeons and Dragons because he can't use acrobatics to grapple.
I mean, you
Yeah,
could
you
just
can.
have high athletics.
You can't use it to initiate a grapple. You can only use it to resist.
We can use athletics though.
He's a very
Yeah,
athletic
but that's a
person.
strength skill.
And
He's like a 10-year-old kid. He has like -3 strength.
he's doing acrobatic stunts.
So the reason why it's
Okay, so-
acrobatics to break out is a lot of times you want to break out of like a hold and grappling. You don't necessarily need strength. It's like flipping out. It's slipping out, sort of. It's like finding like the opening, making an opening and getting out.
Yeah.
That's why it's acrobatics is a valid thing to get out of a grapple. If you're like
You're not gonna
initiating a
control someone with
grapple,
it.
like if you're putting someone,
Barbarians need to cross-train jujitsu.
like if you're putting someone like a full Nelson, like you have to. That's strength, right? That's why it's athletics. It's also like yeah.
So we're not getting a
Okay,
boss
so I
battle with
was-
Jokrob, huh?
So
I
I was
mean, you
trying
could
to
have.
think.
It was an option.
I was trying to think of things that are like core rules that any character can interact with, like grappling or fall speed or whatever. And I don't really feel like I'm super bothered by any of those beyond what people already know. And then I was thinking if there are any like weird spells that are implemented kind of weird, or even like parts of spells like spell components kind of behave strangely, or spell focus and spell materials being kind of like you kind of just need to know about them. But then I started thinking about which classes I avoided playing for a really long time because I didn't like parts of them. And I think that the one that I'm going to land on as one of the most weird and arbitrary parts of Dungeons and Dragons is Turn Undead. There's just if you go and
Yeah.
look at the implementation, it's very strange.
Yeah.
Oh, there's also, if you have Warcaster, you can cast spells unless they have a material component.
What does turn
Yeah,
undead do?
oh,
It makes
yeah.
like undead run
As a
away, right?
cleric, yeah.
Is that the idea?
It either kills them or
You
it causes
should-
them to turn, or but it's based on like CR or
But
some shit.
it's weird because it's like undead that can see or hear within 30 feet. And then it's turned for 1 minute until it takes any damage.
Yeah, there's like different breakpoints, and they're based on breakpoints that a lot of spells don't really use, and it is not like channel energy. It's very It's separate from every other class feature that anybody gets. It just
Let's
behaves
destroy
really weird.
undead in 5e. Oh, like destroy undead has like the table where like it's certain levels
Oh
that
my
are kind of
God.
arbitrary. The CR that you can destroy goes up. I think mine is going to be like the default ranger, like the Beastmaster Ranger, where you have to use an action to give your beast the ability to do anything.
God, imagine having to do that.
That's like kind of, dude. That's kind of arbitrary. It's it's kind of weird that you get that, and then like summon spells don't really do that.
It's also weird that like animals on their own are capable of doing things, but as soon as they're trained, they're not capable of doing things.
Well, I think that you take away the agency is kind of the idea. Also, when you summon things, you've already used the action economy in theory, so the idea is that you drain the action economy. It's pretty weird though.
But then there's like then there's the power budget to keep in mind. Like the Beastmaster Ranger gives up all the ranger stuff for like a shitty CR 1/4 animal. It's a CR 1/4 animal or lower. That's your companion.
House cat.
Super useful.
Technically, the CR of the Steel Defender equals your level, so the Steel Defender is now CR 9.
Wait, so like,
That's not correct.
what
That's
the?
what,
There's no way
what
it's
it's
CR.
listed as.
Ah.
I know. By definition, it is, but by implementation,
sense.
as it is in common sense, it's not.
Wouldn't take
Yeah,
a
it's-
party of 9th
Does-
level characters to
Does
beat
the
it.
Ranger Animal Companion stay CR14 like forever?
as written, yes.
It never levels up. Doesn't get abilities and stuff.
Nope. You add your proficiency bonus to its AC attack rolls and damage rolls, which is like
Not
whatever. Like you add
That's
like plus
pretty
4.
bad. Yeah, it's really bad. Like its AC is
Uh,
gonna be nothing basically.
And then the hit point maximum is the hit point number at stat block or 4 times your ranger level, whichever is higher.
What a good class.
Yeah, so that's why I came up with a fix for that. But anyways, that was a fun little aside. Killing time before time kills you, Soviet Russia. Jokrob leads you into his chamber, and you can see like into his towers, and you can see like various rooms are like deforming constantly. There's like a central path which is still stable, but like everything else, all the side rooms, all the staircases are just like wobbling. They're falling apart without the barriers. Jokrob just leads you down. Make sure to stay on the carpet. I don't know about anything else other than the carpet.
I hope you evacuated your prisoners.
Oh yes, they're somewhere.
He totally didn't.
You just killed them all, probably.
I mean, do we want to split up and find some of the prisoners and let them out?
Oh no, please don't do that. You could very easily die.
I mean, that's what we do. We risk our lives to save people. I know you don't understand that. That's why you left all the prisoners here.
This will all end as
But-
soon as this merges.
No,
with
I let the prisoners out. I let them out.
Can I roll insight?
Go ahead.
I don't believe him at all. Button.
I kind of believe him. I don't know why
10.
he'd be.
Yeah, you get the sense that like I don't know, he's telling the truth. Like he's not really convinced of it, and he's not really convincing, but he's saying it, and it doesn't seem like he's lying.
Sounds like he let them out and said, "You do your thing." And then he just fucked off and didn't verify that they were okay afterward. That's what it sounds like to me.
I can assure you, I let them all out. I promise. Coral like looks proudly and smugly at everyone else.
Well, shortly, if this all works out, this place will stop to exist, so they'll all be free then regardless.
Jokrob leads you to the center of the tower. Like he leads you up some stairs, and then following the carpet, you come to an area where there is a podium. On the podium, there is a magical circle upon which you can see there's sort of like a floating, swirling orb. The orb seems to like constantly change shape. It's a scrying orb, but it looks like it's showing various parts of Jokrob's inner sanctum all at once. There's a throne on the podium on which you can sit to look down to ponder your orb, as the kids are saying.
You really just say that?
Yeah,
Uh,
it's funny. That's why you're all laughing. You muted the mic so you wouldn't hear the laughter.
yeah.
And Jokrob turns. So, which of you will be taking this aspect? Or you could let me keep it.
No.
Happy needs it.
I think I should take it.
Down, Happy?
Yeah, I could do whatever, unless you want it, Venari. You just said you wanted to take it.
Well, Happy, are you going to try to use it to cage the entity?
Yeah, I could use it to try and do that if
Oh,
people
did you
want.
make a deal with Yashornu Silver?
Yes.
He just
Unfortunately.
looks like he's cringing. All right.
Yeah, so what do you know about that? Since
Apparently, someone broke into Sylvania's inner sanctum before I was born and put Yashornu Silver there, and Sylvania thought that she would just leave it there and told me not to open the urn. But then someone opened the urn, and now he's out.
Someone? I hope that wasn't you.
Why would I open the bloody urn? I'm trying to save the world.
Well, who else would do it here?
Evidently fucking Happy.
They didn't open any urn.
Gah! Why did you make a deal with Yashornu Silver? Whatever.
Why did you? Happy?
I made a deal.
This sounds like a Seinfeld episode. Why did you make a deal? I made a deal, Jerry. Come on, like you wouldn't do the same thing. And then Kramer comes in. Oh, you shouldn't make a deal. You shouldn't make a deal with Yashornu Silver. That's the worst demon to make a deal with. And Jerry's like, see, I told you. He just kind of stares blankly. So
what's going to happen with that once we go back to the material plane?
He said he's going to go back and warn people in his own plane what's going to happen in the material plane, how the writ will be destroyed eventually, and how all these other extraplanar beings are going to be fighting for the material plane, and they're going to lock themselves in there.
That sounds worse. But I'm now asking the second opinion here.
Sounds
Is
worse that he
Jokrub-
would lock himself.
I don't
What are
believe-
Jokrob's words on this?
on what?
On what happens when this place disappears with Yashornu Silver, whether or not Happy made the deal.
I don't know. I haven't made a deal with the thing. Why would I know?
They're on insight.
Go ahead.
I feel like we've been. I mean, he could have just been lied to. I feel like I was told differently.
I mean, the urn was already opened, so if this were literally all of this becomes in the material plane, that means the urn would also be in the material plane, also open. So
with
Luckily,
no
we closed
barrier
it.
around it.
we closed it,
because
but he's
they-
already out. So like
Or a piece of him is out, at least, right? That was my impression.
I don't think Yashornu Silver knew that planes were going to merge, or he probably wouldn't have just made the deal.
Jokrob is like looking around nervously at the walls and everything, and he doesn't believe that this place will stand, and he's not really concerned with what's happening. Like he's very much a let's do this and get out of here mentality. So he's just saying whatever. Like you get the sense that he's not really into this conversation at all right now. All right, so which of you is taking the aspect?
Happy is, and
Yep, we'll take it.
he's
Then.
gonna
Don't think we should do
try-
that. Like, do we not all just agree that, like, we're all in agreement that the plane's going to merge, right? And everything here is going to be in the material plane, including Ishgornu, who's no longer in his urn.
Which is why we were going to try to use the aspect to cage him in.
That's only part of him.
The other part's now in the closed urn.
You
we
only
just
think
have
there's
to
2
find the
parts
urn.
total?
And it's a good point.
He could have gone into every single one of us. Like, there is no arbitrary amount that we could say, yeah, we've got it all.
I thought that you were referring to other bypassers, others who hadn't been in the area.
Happy's our leader. She
She
would
was
have
guarded,
taken.
but
I don't
she
like
would've taken
mixing the
aspect
two.
eventually, anyways. I mean,
Yes,
there
but
some
once
particular
as soon as we
reason
get
you
out
want
of here, she'll no longer have Ishgornu. I don't think we should mix the two. Especially if she's
Well, hurry up.
still hiding things from us.
Somebody. Or I can.
Afro steps forward.
God,
that's a bad idea, Afro.
Afros, I really don't think you should be messing with something we don't understand.
If
What's
Afros
the
takes
deal?
it, he has to be there at the end, right?
God.
Like he's gonna have to be with us forever if Afros takes it.
He's
Like,
just
for the
that
rest
kind
willing
of
to do
person.
that.
Happy,
Let's
do you
use the
think
Happy.
that? Happy, do you
Everyone
think
here?
that-
You feel an immediate dark sinking presence.
Uh-oh.
Who
Okay.
here is a god?
A god.
Here
Is that
is
even
a god?
question?
Yes.
Who here is a god?
Sylvania.
If you are a god, you must make a DC 23 wisdom saving throw. If you are not a god, you must make a DC 50 wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
50?
okay. So Herschel's going for 23.
I don't think there's any of us can hit.
We could roll a nat 20.
Hold
You
on.
could get a nat 20,
Hold on,
right?
What if I use Flash of Genius?
Okay. There was no
that's the
Maybe-
part where I
Maybe
reveal the lore about Hero.
If we wanted to have this argument, we needed to have it outside. We came in here with the intention to give it to Happy, so we're giving it to Happy. It's not fair to pressure us all of a sudden when we're in a collapsing
You-
building.
You should Flash of Genius me in case Cal/Hero/Seraph counts as a god.
Selwith.
That would actually be just enough. But he'd probably make his own. He's also only
Yeah, but
19.
he's also. We're pretty sure that Wielder is not a god, and we're
Yeah.
also pretty sure, but Calcivir doesn't count as a god, but
Right, right.
slightly less sure.
None of us have a
Yeah,
wish.
I'm not using Flash of Genius. That was a joke.
So all of you are mortals. I'd just like to make this perfectly clear to anyone in the audience trolled by this. You are all mortals,
Hero isn't immortal.
and therefore you cannot succeed at this save.
Hooray. I love
And-
failing saves.
You are all frozen.
To death?
Not to death, you just
Wait.
cannot move.
Like in time or in ice?
In time, like you are just completely
Oh.
stationary.
I was gonna say that Genesis has the Ring of Warmth.
You're warm while you're unable to move. You're still able to process what's happening, and your eyes can move, but you have no idea what's going on.
Is Jokrob frozen?
Jokrob is also frozen, and he is confused and somewhat terrified.
Okay,
It's
good. It wasn't
apology
his
frozen
trap.
by Sylvania.
Sylvania's coming.
Apology is frozen.
Oh no.
Uh,
Can I
in
still
this
take-
moment, however, Vonari, your telepathy still works.
So we can take purely mental actions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Isaac's going to pray to Elise.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a religion check then.
26. Maybe she can help me break this effect.
Did she tell you never to do that again?
Did she?
No.
No.
Told me not to pray to her. What?
Never contact her again because it was super dangerous last time.
What she told never to do again was to dip yourself into the.
Oh. Okay. That makes way
Yeah.
more sense. I was like, I don't know, understand, but okay, now, okay.
It's called Penonchi, by the way, is the Asna name for it, which is what we'll be using from now on out.
That was a bold statement that we'll be using the correct name of something.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep calling it white stuff. White material.
Oh,
Yar!
Yar?
Ianchi? Is that the name of the thing?
It's Penanchi.
Every time
And
I
then the
hear it, I forget
black-
it like half a second later.
the
it's
black
just
stuff
Sort of
is
difficult to remember the order of the vowels.
Mm-hmm. Nixonchi, correct. Look at you memorizing stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's not reading from my notes. All is up in my head. On
Yeah,
demand.
you know the lore. I don't have like the greatest token for this, so you're just going to have to trust my word that this makes
Just-
sense.
Turn the screen black.
We don't have a token for release, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
That is definitely what they're saying.
We're using
All
the
right.
last campaign's token.
A portal begins to open up inside of here. It's like one of the doors that you've seen many times before.
Uh-oh.
You are in this area here.
Apparently I was still on the map, the bridge map.
Oh, you didn't move up. Oops.
Nothing happens when I pray then, I guess.
Yeah, I'm getting to all that. Sorry, I was just
Oh,
trying
right.
to get the tokens in order, kind of multitasking here. When you pray to Elise, you feel a faint connection here. And then this
Oh, yeah.
connection grows stronger, and it grows stronger. Happy you are up here. Everyone else is just sort of in this area. The door opens up, and out comes
Oh no.
the Conclave, led by Saga, Fate, Celis, Briere, and Asdriel Sarum Haliste. You see Celis, like the little kid there. All of you guys are completely frozen. Ah. I see that you are attempting a deal. I
Oh.
won't be having any of that. She reaches to Saga, who pulls out another vial. She takes the poison and stabs it into Jokrob.
No! No!
Wonderful. Now, everyone else, you've done well to fight so far, but you cannot be working with these criminals, these scum. And he looks over, or she looks over. Isaac, you're a hero right now, correct?
If
I'm
I
a
can
hero.
be.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think it's something I've already done, but if I have a chance before fate shows up, then I would.
okay. What have you been going into the room?
I have absolutely no fucking idea. I probably would have been. The last time I changed was to make Dennis happier, so I would have been Jaleese? I forgot her name. Angela.
And okay.
Can I telepathy
Interesting.
Saga?
You can.
Why are you with Fate? Stop her!
You just get silence, but there's a response. Like you feel there's someone there. She's just completely stationary. Or he's completely stationary. Fate is just watching as Jokrob is dying of this poison.
We're all frozen at the moment, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Wait, can I do something? I think I can. I've got a meta magic.
Hey, I was just thinking someone could do
I've
it.
got subtle spell.
That's
Okay.
no components, right?
Yeah. Potentially. He's poisoned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did I prepare it? I think What's Restoration gets rid of that, right? Does. It's normally verbal somatic. Does subtle work for that?
Oh my god.
It does. Somatic or verbal components. It costs me 1 sorcery point. Okay. Well, that is what I'll do. I'll cast. Wait, can I do it at range? Let's see. What is the range on lesser restoration? Oh, it's
Touch.
Shit, fuck.
No.
I can't. I don't think I can combine two with the same spell, right? So,
What are you trying to combine it with?
distance spell. I don't think I can do two the same.
Distance spell.
Just say in the meta magic whether or not you can.
Distance spell is 5 feet or greater to double the range, or range of touch within 30
30
feet. Is he
feet.
within 30 feet?
No, it's not in 30.
No.
All right, it was a good idea.
I mean, wait, you were talking with Jokrob. Wouldn't you have been closer anyways? I don't know.
You know what? I'll allow it just because I really like the idea. So yeah, you are moving up here.
Okay.
We'll do a minor retcon just because the map didn't load.
I can only do this once, so if she just poisons something out, it doesn't do anything. But you know, hey, I can try.
I mean, if it's a subtle spell, she might not even know you.
Right.
Yeah.
It's completely subtle. I'll allow it. I don't see any reason why you couldn't combine these.
Subtle
Now,
distance.
you said stabbed the poison into
Let's
him. Did you
see.
just mean like she put the vial into his mouth?
No, she like injected it.
Okay.
You know what? Rules be damned. This is too cool. I'll let it happen. I don't care about the specifics here. She just continues on. Wonderful. I expected you to defeat the evil, not to join hands with it. And now look. Look at what you've done. Episcopacies, our work here is done. However, I would like to speak to my son in peace. Would you mind giving me the privacy? And they all just kind of look at each other and nod. They step forward through the same door that they've appeared and vanish. Or they would if I could, but... Roll 20. There we go. We did it. The
My
leg.
whole plan is ruined.
So, you really have worked with them. And Fate pauses. Oh, right, you are all frozen. And she opens a telepathic link with the members of the Rising. She kind of looks over at everyone else. I don't know who these people are. Have you made new friends?
Is this
Yes,
divination?
we have.
You're not part of the Rising. Over here, Herschel.
Is this
Herschel's a
divination or
god.
is this like
god
a
of
setting
friendship.
similar with different kinds?
The only evil
this
here
would
is
be-
you.
Yeah, you... I don't think Hero gets a separate link. Isaac, I don't know if you get a connection here, actually.
I
Let me
think it's
find
not
out.
divination, so
Well, let's see what telepathy is.
evocation. Just like second.
Evocation. Okay. So you worked with one of Percy's. Tisk, tisk. And now you work with them. I am evil, you say. Is that what you really think?
Yes. Your whole conclave is corrupt to the core, and you are the core.
And just like that, she like pulls her head back and starts to grow larger. A third eye appears on her head, and she transforms into Sylvania.
Interesting. Is she linked to me, Pog, or like I know it's not it's evocation, but does she target me?
No, she does not target you.
Okay.
Wait, I was
So,
reading. She just turned into Sylvania?
correct. So, you've brought one of my children in here, have you?
Oh, apparently you've got two of them in here.
She looks at Apology for a second, and then pulls out a blade and beheads Apology on the spot.
Wielder
That
just
is-
kind of
Hit points to resist that.
directs anger.
Nothing like
One
it.
less loose end to take care of. So, the Rising. How goes your conquest? A pity that you've chosen to abandon the hunt at the very end. Silence.
Goes, it goes pretty good. In fact, I think we just got a motivation boost.
Well, I don't think most of us were told about the Project Faith, so can't really comment on that.
I'm afraid that I've already won.
And then she transforms back into Fate.
Oh, but please, don't call me Sylvania anymore. I am Fate, and I always have been since I absorbed this entity.
I'm the same person that I've always been when I was born. Sylvania tried to take over my personality, but no, I will not let that happen. My will is greater than hers. My aims are greater than hers. I am divine. I am sublime. Tell me, the Rising. What do you know of the cataclysm, the calamity that has torn our land asunder? That was just one person, one deep, ancient entity, and the gods did nothing to stop them. Do you know why, the Rising, they did nothing?
They did do something.
Met a man
Barely
who spoke
anything.
of the world before the calamity,
literally
and it was a
stopped it.
very different place.
What happened was the writ prohibited it. The same writ that they created when they stole this land from my past person. And so, they are beholden. Just like your sweet Alex, Vonari.
And she gets up really close to you and just starts playing with your hair while you're frozen.
You know, Alexis Heretic. Your parents fought me.
As everyone should. Anyone with morals.
Past tense, Bonari.
You didn't, you monster.
And you, oh automaton of Dast, do you truly have free will? As you continue to wander down these pathways. The same pathways that I've created for you. All this time.
Let me move and we'll find out.
Let me tell you something. From the very beginning,
And she transforms, yet again, into Paige.
I have been watching over you.
And she transforms, once again, into everyone's favorite intern, Damien.
I have been plotting.
I have led you down this path.
Oh, do you think it was Sovereign that came up with that list?
When he was asleep, the damn fool, I'd written a list of all of my candidates.
All of the people that I knew would be able to withstand this, so that you could fight, and in your battles, advance my plans. You've been dancing along on the palm of my hand all this time. And now it's too late. The material plane and shade pool will be linked. Jokrob is dead. And I reign supreme. Yet again. Because I am unto a god, and you are just mortals. And one more thing. Calcivir, have you checked up on home lately?
I have been trapped in this land for many moons.
Hamishorum was one of my first conquests. It was I that gave you that curse, and I did so that the infighting between your people and the druids would drive the land to ruin. Do you hate me? Do you despise me?
And
I
yet
value
deny
you.
being.
You have showed that I have been one of the most miraculous inventions of Hamishorim, and that their faith has been placed in me. You've given me power over the world.
I suppose. But you must understand one thing, Calcivir. You've already lost. I've gotten everything that I've came for. Perhaps I'll destroy your land once I'm done with this. I just have a few loose ends to take care of. The preacher, for instance. Oh, but... of course. I just have one last question. What has happened to my dear little boy?
Sacrifices must be made in the pursuit of truth. Surely you must understand this damage that we wreak to those who we care for.
So he's dead. So be it. So be it. It's freeing. She grins. So be it. I feel nothing. Nothing at all. I've shedded every last bit of my morality, every last emotion. I am dedicated fully to my cause, and you will be trapped here for all eternity. Oh, you don't have another wish anymore. Not with the Hand of Umbra gone. You won't be able to get out. You'll remain here while I destroy everything. Stuck in perpetual agony. Let the years go by. Let the sorrow reign over you. You won't even be able to end yourselves. And you will know what it means to fail. Ah, bliss. So, I have a world to destroy. I will all bid you adieu. You will be trapped here forever. Goodbye. It has been an honor having you serve me. And so, Fate 2 disappears.
Before she goes, can I use Divine Sense on Genesis? Which is an action, but doesn't seem to require any movement or anything. I just can sense good and evil.
Yeah, you would be able to sense celestial power.
Oh, it's coming. It's exactly on Fate. It's not like anything attached towards Fate herself.
Yep. And it's, like, incredibly potent. And so, you are frozen. You are frozen. You are frozen. You remain frozen.
Hooray!
Uh,
I continue praying to Elise, and Genesis starts praying to the other guy.
If this keeps going forever, this is literal hell.
well, if you get a long rest in.
Welcome
let's
back to
start
prison, Herschel.
Huh.
You know, this is a little bit too much even for me.
Vonari, you are able to speak telepathically to people still in this time. Those who are not chosen by Vonari are alone with their thoughts for what could be an eternity. Who do you choose to make a connection with, Vonari?
I'm gonna try and cycle through people and get their thoughts on any ideas to get out of this.
How many uses do you have? Is it unlimited?
There's no limit at all.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
nice.
just like by action. It's just
I can,
Alright.
I can reach 90
thing.
feet. So actually, there's some people in the back I
Isn't-
can't actually reach.
Isn't it? Ooh, you can't actually target Afros. Isn't it pairwise? Can't you only telepathy
One person at a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it
Okay,
does
that's
take
what I
like
was
6 seconds to connect for me, and then 6 seconds for them to connect back.
Okay, so what is the range?
90 feet.
90 feet? You can reach Afros. You cannot reach Wielder, nor can you reach Dennis or Herschel.
You mean Genesis?
You can
Genesis,
reach. You can reach Wielder's cat. Can Wielder talk to the cat? I don't know if
Wouldn't be very
They
They
useful.
would have nothing to say.
Oh wait, also Wielder is over here, so never mind. Wait, did you confuse Genesis with Wielder?
Racist.
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 Hey, any Fate fans?
3 out of 5 players agree the DM's racist.
Question. Oh wait, no, I probably can't do. Actually, I should be able to use teleconnect shove, right?
Yeah. You know what?
'Cause-
That makes sense.
If you can somehow
Because
share,
it's mage hand with no components.
Oh,
Mhm.
I can also shove people around, but I guess that you can just do that without uses, can't you?
if
Yeah.
you can share subtle spells somehow, I can cast subtle mage hand and I'll have a lot of.
I mean, I've already used all my meta magic points. I only took the feat
Oh.
that gives you 2, so.
I still have another dose of spell blight.
Don't you can telekinetic shove yourself toward them? Is that right?
Okay.
People within
Isaac?
30 feet of me, I could pull closer.
Isaac,
But why don't you shove yourself toward
Isaac.
them so it's less
Alright.
uses?
the religious expert, Isaac.
Hello.
Isaac, last name. Go ahead and give me a religion check as you're a religious expert.
Oh, another one?
Wait,
Another one.
My profession is religion. I was religious like
That's
by
true.
birth.
You know what? That's fair. Why didn't I not use the samurai token for Saga? I'm a damn fool.
This one's.
But
boring.
anyways, go ahead and give me a religion check as well. How severe? Wow.
Nice.
That's enough that you would be able to know this fact about vampires, which is that Apology is not dead because she has not been staked through the heart.
Yeah, I was.
Hmm.
Okay, cool.
Take through the heart.
It's
Use mage hand to
kinda
kind of
sloppy
stick the
here.
head onto the body.
Just to remember that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I mean, you're trapped in here forever. Right?
Literal hell. Like this is my literal hell. If there is a hell, this is what I will
God.
have.
Oh,
Are you
I have
saying this
Dispel
as
Magic
Wielder?
prepared, but
I'm saying this is Blix.
Isn't there like
Venari has greater restoration, right? Or is it lesser restoration?
it was
You can
lesser.
fix this if you can get out, right? Venari, if you can get out, you can eventually rescue all of us.
I think your neurons will acclimate it to
It's
it
only lesser
eventually.
restoration, but greater would have a material component I wouldn't be able to use.
Would lesser restoration fix this? Do you have
No.
a way of fixing this if we get you out?
But Dispel Magic potentially could. If I could
Who has
sleep,
Dispel
get
Magic?
meta magic
Yeah.
points back. Trying to spell.
You can't
It's
sleep.
not coming back,
Can't
so we just
sleep?
need to get you out, and then you can get your spells back and dispel magic. It'll
No,
be
you
okay.
cannot sleep.
I've got
You
nothing
don't
else
have
to do.
to sleep if you're Warforged. We just have to rely on Wielder's spell list.
Well, she can sleep if we unfreeze her,
The huge artificer spell list.
Yeah.
right? She
Okay.
can sleep if we unfreeze her, and then she can dispel magic on all of us over the course of like.
You can't
2 weeks.
unfreeze anybody.
How about there's nothing I can do without using my hands?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that. Yeah.
Can I like blink at Venari to ask them to open the link?
Okay, I'll ask them to link you. I'm going cycling through people anyways, so you get your turn.
If we can. I don't know that Apology's not dead, huh? Would that eventually be shared as we cycle through?
Yeah, if one person notices as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will choose to share that with the party.
If Apology isn't dead, she can get you out, Venari.
How?
I was
Yes.
thinking of not sharing because I thought it would be funny, but yeah.
I don't think you'll like this, but there's a vial of poison in my pocket, and there's a potion of Revivify and Genesis's. Once you're free, you can free the rest of us.
We can't revive here.
You can't revive it all?
well,
The
it's
soul will get
Shake Core,
trapped,
right?
right?
The soul won't leave because it's Revivify. You have that minute before the soul leaves in the first place.
I mean, every single person has told us that Revivify will not work here.
Have they? I don't recall this at all, Pog. Is that something that won't work here?
I won't say.
Like Jokrob said it, Vampire Lady said it, Apology said it as well. You can't revive people here. We could try, we got nothing to lose.
Is that what you're going to attempt here?
Well, we need to wait for Apology to wake up first.
Okay.
Well, there's one
Time
other
is
thing we can
frozen.
try.
Apology will never come back.
Oh.
If I
Can
connect
I
to Jokrob
think-
and ask him what can he do the transfer of the aspect while time is frozen?
I can't. We need to be both touching this orb.
I can push.
How am I still alive? That poison should have killed me.
I've been harnessing my telepathic abilities for other uses, and I was able to cast a spell secretly on you to cure your poison without her knowing. But unfortunately may have doomed us all by doing so. I'm gonna try and telekinetically shove Happy toward the orb, and then Jokrob toward the orb. I don't know if they can actually move in when time is stopped, though.
You
Is
cannot.
time itself stopped?
Yes, you cannot
Yeah.
move them.
Rip.
Can I think about or discern anything about the nature of the magical effect keeping us frozen?
You can
Make like
certain.
an Arcana.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check. Yeah, I think that'd be fair.
Could others make this as well?
I'm gonna give myself Flash of Genius because I feel like this is a high level thing. So 22.
22. You've heard of similar effects that have existed before, but for the full picture, you must make a subsequent religious check. You've completed one piece of the puzzle.
All right, it's not bad. Into check.
Well,
Do I Flash of Genius again? Yeah, 22 again.
This is an ancient magic that has been lost to time in more ways than you can count. It was originally created by the goddess Aliari.
She's
Jeez.
dead, and I know who killed her.
There is no way to obtain this magic any further. However, it seems like fate has retained this from Sylvania. This was originally used as like a form of prison that was done, and the tables were turned when it was used on Aliari herself.
Okay. I was wondering about that. Like, this is very similar to what we saw on Aliari. The reason I asked initially about the nature of this is I wouldn't have any reason to think there'd be any kind of interaction with the Heart of Azure with this. It's not connected to Shade
No.
Pool in any way. Okay.
What can we
So,
do when time literally cannot progress?
I'll
with
keep
that in
trying.
mind, everyone, for the first 2 weeks, nothing changes. What is your thought going through this for 2 weeks?
Do I still keep strengthening my connection to Elise during that time?
The strength seems to have left. It seemed like fate was strengthening this connection somehow.
Oh.
I roll a lot of perception checks.
I think Wielder is constantly just thinking of, what do I have on me? What does everyone else have on me? What's happening? And he's just going through every combination of everything everyone has and everything that's around here over and over.
After
Also,
I told
use
you we should
reverse
have
gravity
fucking
on
killed
random
him.
shit.
Could we say that we are locked in time?
You are locked in time. That's a good way of saying it.
Are we able to long rest? Does this count as a long rest for Genesis, who does not sleep to begin with? Can he
It
go
would
into low
not.
power mode?
You
he can't
cannot.
go.
Not,
That's not great.
not being
So are
able to
we
cast
accumulating
spells is
exhaustion?
You would keep any exhaustion if you had any. Essentially, what's going on right now is the state that you're in is the state that you will be in.
Not mentally, though.
Not mentally, though. Correct.
Mm.
If only I had my mystery key on.
Any spells without components at all? No, that would be
I
silly.
don't think so.
Well, I looked at the
We can
psychic
cast some
spell.
spells every day.
Yeah, I looked at the psychic spell I have. It has a verbal component, so I guess any other psychic spell would as well. Sadly.
Can I communicate directly with Sereth, or do we have to go through telepathy? I
No,
don't
you
even know
can
if you
communicate with
telepathy.
Sereth.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask them things like, "What did you do in prison?" And do you know of any like guessing games, or like how did you pass the time with your fellow demons? And I'm gonna
How
tell.
severe? I'm going to give you the happiest news that can exist in this situation. You are
Okay.
able to retreat into your soul to have sparring matches with both
Nice.
Hero
Hell
and
yeah.
Sereth.
Yay!
Yeah.
We come out of stasis and you're like level 20.
Literally the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah.
So, everyone,
Play was 10 piety. I'd probably be able to fix this with 10 piety.
3 weeks, additional weeks, so 5 total go by in this place.
One more thing. I also want to hear stories from Hero of what they remember from their life. Well, this is all going. I would even spend like inspiration to go through like flashbacks, but there's nothing that we get out of it, so whatever.
Ooh. What about? No, we can't do anything with a verb. I have a spell with only a verbal component, but no, that's a component. I can't speak.
Mhm.
Alternate between praying and trying to like force Mage Hand to happen without the components.
Okay.
Which I probably won't be able to do.
I
'cause
can
don't
do
have
it, but I
that.
can't affect
I
anything.
could do
So
somatic and material. But no,
Oh, you have
Three-
Mage
no,
Hand?
not somatic.
that's what my
You-
shove is. It's an invisible mage hand essentially, with no components.
Oh.
I
I'm
could
going to
do
be spending a
just-
lot of time during this praying to Milenk, the god of ironic punishments, about how we nearly escaped from Jokrob's prison, and now we seem to be trapped once more in a much more firm manner.
Right, you start leveling up your Malenk piety. You gain 1 Malenk piety.
If
Does Hero have any Milenk piety to start with?
No.
Can I spend a couple weeks with Venari trying to like enhance her control of the Mage Hand for like one go so that we can like do Mage Hand things with it?
I mean, it doesn't
'Cause
matter.
I know a lot
If
about Mage
time
Hand,
doesn't
right?
pass, you cannot affect the state of anything.
Well,
Right.
It's still weeks. We can still talk to each other for weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can chat.
we can definitely
I
try.
can help you with like your control of the push maybe.
Okay, so that's how you spend 3 weeks.
Yeah. Because I'm a Mage Hand expert. Maybe I can help them learn how to use it better so that they can help us get items in this
I mean,
situation.
I've had it my entire life, but you know,
Yeah, we didn't have an expert.
I'm going to use reverse gravity on a couple of objects. Do my charges come back at dawn over the course of these weeks?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use it once and then never again, I guess.
So can we
I'm
Reverse
gonna
gravity
reverse
and nothing
gravity.
happens.
Yeah, I reverse gravity on like a vase or something.
Can we infer from that dawn does not come?
no
Correct.
time passes. So
Okay, no time passes. Yeah,
that's why you can't sleep and benefit from long
but
rest.
like,
And
it's no time passes at all.
here, I'll give you
Not just
this
because-
for free. Because Herschel's facing the other way, and I think it's fun if we do something with that.
I miss people.
Herschel, you can't turn around to see anyone.
and
but-
you're out of range of
There's like
But
some
Herschel,
shiny marble thing I can sometimes catch a reflection off of.
yeah, so Herschel, if you look out, which you can because you're facing out, you can see where the world ends. You are trapped in what appears to be like a prism. And you just see this barrier just shimmering constantly.
Who has the crystal? I think Aphros has that.
the one
What
from
crystal?
The orb.
yeah, Aphros has it.
I have an orb. There's multiple orbs.
Could
There's 3. Yeah,
Well, you can't move
they're
anything.
just cruiser crystals. So like, there's not. It's spent. So you can't do anything with it.
But anyways, after 2 weeks, you have some discussions. 3 weeks pass, and then a door opens,
Hooray!
and you see Dast comes through it. He is massive, covered head to toe in armor.
he is gonna kill us.
Well, it seems like a terrible fate has befallen all of you. He looks down. Sylvania has gone here, yes?
Yes.
Oh, so you can speak with your mind.
It's-
Wonderful.
I'm so glad to have another person here. Can you please release us?
Crouches down, and he bites into his arm. As he does, he opens your mouth and pours his blood into your throat. Vonar, you are able to move.
Oh,
You are
shit.
also now a demigod.
What?
One by one, Dast goes by freeing people in the
Where
same
was it?
manner.
Do
Everyone
I
here. Yes, Wielder, you as well.
notice anything
Uh,
weird, especially? Do I have any like things like flashbacks like I had before? Because this is Dast.
That is correct. When he feeds you, you recall looking up at Dast as he is building you.
I want to roll a knowledge check to understand divinity, and also especially the interaction between possibly being good and also divine, and also having a demon inside of me. Does that seem like a reasonable thing for me to know anything about?
Go ahead and make a religion check. You wouldn't
maybe.
know where to begin with all of this.
Once I get unfrozen, can I channel the extra energy to Elise and make a gift of it to her?
You don't know how to do this.
Damn. I've been researching it, but I gotta research harder.
Calsevere, you are free.
Should I free the shark?
The shark is our friend.
Do we inherently know
Very
we're
well.
demigods now?
No,
Okay.
you just feel stronger.
Oh.
By the way, Defender doesn't need any help to move.
Yeah,
Oh
as soon as
my.
I'm freed, it would be freed.
Apology, what has happened to you?
He pours his blood on Apology.
Oh, what has come of things? Hello, Herschel Munro. Hello, Dennis.
Thank you. I didn't know how much longer I could take of that. That's really saying something. I've been locked up a lot of times.
Yes. Now, one moment. I must free those at the front. I imagine you all have questions of me.
Happy you are freed. Jokrob is freed.
Does
The giant
outside
armored
world
man
still
looks
exist?
at you.
Yes, I shall come to that. All of you, please listen to what I have to say. Jokrob, my son, I am terribly sorry. I did not expect Sylvania would find who you are and erase your memories. The plan was never to have you become onto this. You were to report to me with what she was doing.
And he leans in and gives Jokrob just the warmest hug, and Jokrob just bursts into tears. He just has a full breakdown.
Do I get piety
There,
for saving
there.
his life?
Absolutely, I was about to say that at the end of this session, but yes, you gain actually 2 piety, just because that was the coolest thing I've ever seen a cleric do.
I can't believe that feat. The 2 exact meta magic have worked out.
Yeah.
Everyone, I have bad news, worse news, and good news. In which order would you like to hear this?
I want to hear the good news.
The
Good
good
news, good
news
news.
first. Very well. As for the good news, judging by your power as you are now, you are strong enough that you could eventually defeat Sylvania and the man known as Nula.
Cool.
Rejoice.
Let's go do that
Sylvania
then.
was forced to use her divinity in order to defeat you. But as of now, and here is the good news, all of you are divine.
That
You
is
shall
pretty good.
live forever. You will be immune to things that the gods do upon each other. You will be able to oppose Sylvania and Nula. Now,
Wait.
there
Don't tell us the bad news. Let's go
I
kill
must.
Sylvania first, and then we'll do the bad news.
I want to hear the bad news.
Angie, I believe you are called.
Oh, yes. Definitely. That is what I am called.
Very well. The world has changed very much since you have last set foot on it. You will find the world unrecognizable. Where once a city once stood, there is plains. The world is reverting back. The land has been swallowed by Shade Pool, as it was called. And, furthermore, our city has grown. It is absorbing all of the energy in Shade Pool. The islands that you know are now onto continents. The world has grown in size. And filling it are all manner of monsters and terrible creatures. The world has been split into many different factions. I, of course, have my own. And I hope you will join me in my cause, though defeating my enemies and my former lover come first. Now, all of you, I give you a grand task, but understand that I cannot raise a hand against Sylvania, just as she cannot raise a hand against me. Her intent is to gain control of the Conclave. Every deity in the Bustan Pantheon will be under her command. She will use the writ as if reins on a horse, and she will plunge the world into darkness as vengeance for everything that has happened to our people, to our way of life. She is misguided, foolish.
What do you mean?
But
What happened to people?
as time goes on, when the Sea of Souls has taken over, when Irula becomes the new sorter of the afterlife, not the stone dragon, bit by bit, our people have been dispersed across the plains. No longer do we all reside within Bustan. Our souls are split. Bustan was never meant to be part of the Planarverse. It was that entity, Salus, that brought the other planes to us. It is gone now, but its effects are permanent.
So, what do you want? We've heard what Sylvania wants. What do you want? Because we've heard some pretty bad things.
Oh, and what have you heard, child?
We've heard that you want to kill all magic so that nobody can do magic anymore.
Das nods solemnly. Magic. Gifts from the dragon. Gifts from the plains. All of these things ultimately have destroyed Bustan. It is not my place to rule over it as a god, nor is it any other's. But the only way to free people of the tyranny of the deities is to remove magic. Understand that I am sacrificing myself just as I am sacrificing much, so that the world may have true independence. No longer will we be prey to the whims of cosmic entities that seek its destruction. Our world will be free.
I don't know about everyone else, but I don't want that.
I understand, and if you choose not to go with me, I will understand further.
And what, you'll kill us?
No, why would I do that?
I don't understand anything of what you do. You say that you don't want the gods to control us, but everything that has happened to us has been machinations of either you or Sylvania, and it really doesn't seem like you're putting up your end of the bargain. If you don't want to control us, then tell us everything.
I
Give us
am.
alternates.
You are interrupting as I'm telling you everything.
Wow, harsh.
Now, those of you with aspects, come before me.
I'll just kind of stare at him for a bit, kind of judge it, and then I'll step forward. This is Dast. Got a complicated relationship.
As a douche.
I will eagerly submit to authority.
Those of you with the shards of the writ inside of you, understand that you are channeling a powerful and complex emotion that has been given light and divine form by Sylvania's machinations. It seeks to overwhelm you, as it is only an emotion. That is all it is, and that's all it will ever be. There was a man in the times of the calamity, a very powerful man. His existence was blissful, then torturous. He died in despair, never having achieved any of his goals. His name was Griffin. His grief is what powers the aspects.
Griffin from Campaign 1.
Correct.
Everything is Kraus's fault.
Holy shit.
Klaus created the aspects.
Oh my god. Everything's Klaus's fault.
I said we shouldn't do that. I'm just saying.
In one moment, he felt immense agony, relief, despair. These complex and dark emotions are what stain Slaypool. And yes, I say Slaypool. We are in a prison, the same that your Xenos has been in. Xenos has been looking for you all. Are you familiar with his true intent?
No, what is it?
Oh, so now you listen to me.
I was listening before.
I have like a billion questions, but I'm waiting patiently.
I'm not waiting patiently, I've got questions.
He smiles at you like he's condescending, but you get the sense like that he's just sort of like, he knows all this and he knows you don't know. So he's kind of patient with all of it. Xenos has opposed me for many, many cycles. And will continue to do so until his aims are met. And it seems like he has found willing participants in your group from the desperation he has in getting to you before I did. Xenos, as well as his Hand of Umbra, his little companion, I suppose. He is my antithesis. Just as I seek for us to be liberated from magic, so that no man is greater than another, he wishes for absolute freedom, to destroy the writ, so that anyone can become unto a god.
Rick controls apotheosis as well as putting limits on the gods?
The writ controls the level of power that exists within this world. It is a filter from which all magic comes into. That is the true form of the writ, as it was created.
That's
Born into the soul of the stone dragon's egg. The rules of reality and magic.
You just made a gaggle of demigods, and now you're saying that the power of great gods is bad?
unnecessary evil. Otherwise, you would have remained entrapped here. Outside, the people clamor for you, Angie. You are a hero. And all of you in the Rising. You are synonymous with the Resistance, those that fight against Capcree and the Conclave, and Tvar's army, Ein, and, of course, Nula. The Conclave doesn't know they're being manipulated, and even if they did, they are too far gone to care. But the seeds that you have sown will bear fruit. The resistance that you have created continues to fight years later after your disappearance. Now, Vonari, I believe you had a question for me.
What happened to the Azure and Alex?
They will be waiting once you complete this.
So they didn't
You are
merge?
going to transfer the aspect, yes?
Well, perhaps it
will
will
see.
go to Happy.
You will see very shortly. When you step outside, once all of this is complete, the stone dragon's egg remains in the sky. It is now in the material plane. It is close to hatching. The writ is on the inside.
The writ is in the moon.
What does Fate want to do with the writ? Is Fate gonna leave it intact or blow it up?
Fate will use it to wrangle control of the deities. The Bustan Pantheon, your 15, I believe it is.
If you don't want
Alex.
to control it and you don't want to blow it up, what do you want to do with the writ? I know you want it to turn off all magic, but what does that entail? Does that entail making the writ stricter until the filter is closed?
That is correct. We will close ourselves off from the rest of the planes. Bustan will be a perfect system again.
Is there any limit to what the writ can do?
There is not.
Then why not just make a better world without these issues?
As long as we are connected to the planerverse, every plane has its own rules, you see. How fast time moves, how strong magic is, how strong an individual can become. Every plane has its own set of rules, and ours are dictated by the writ. Unique in the case that we have the ability to shape them. But we are one plane of many, Vonari. And as long as magic is allowed to permit through the borders, the other planes will be able to influence us. Only by closing out magic entirely can we be free of the influences of the others.
Won't this kill all the gods? They're bound to our plane. In a
He
way.
nods. I am willing to accept my own sacrifice, and I know many will be lost by this. I don't expect you all to see eye to eye with me, but understand I have thought about this for millennia. There is truly no other way.
Can I roll history? I would like to know how much our food supply depends on druids casting plant growth and other
Go ahead.
kinds of magic. 18.
A lot of it does. You get the sense that this would completely disrupt everything that exists in the world. Not to mention, so many people would just disappear instantly. Like magical people. Wielder, gone. Happy, gone. So many people would be lost. And not only that, like all of the infrastructure of the world would collapse.
Everything's built on magic. Existence of magic.
That is correct.
Defender, gone.
Or at least I keep a medal.
Now,
I see other options.
regardless of whether or not you agree with me, I hope we understand that the worst case are what happens if Nula or Sylvania get the writ. Nula would simply turn all of the magic in on itself. He wishes to destroy everything. He has decided that life is inherently evil. And this is the way that he can kill everyone at once. And Sylvania, should she gain the other gods, will go on a rampage amongst the plains. It won't just be us that suffers her tantrum. To this end, though I know you will disagree with me, I come to you, not for help, but for humanitarian aid, but for the people of the plain. My true love is Bustan, and I will not have it be destroyed. This is everything that I know on the subject. Are you content, Angie?
No. You presented a very biased view. You haven't mentioned, for example, that our food chain depends so heavily on magic that millions of completely mundane people will just die of starvation and horrible pain.
I have seen more people dead than your brain can fathom. I have witnessed the fall and rise and fall and rise of so many empires.
Can you tell me this? Why would it be bad for everyone to have access to the power of the writ? Why would it be bad if the writ was destroyed and everyone could be a demigod if they wanted?
It would be pure chaos. I cannot say that it would be bad, just that. My personal belief is that I do not believe any man is better than any other. And have you seen what has come of the Conclave? When one person is allowed to amass so much power onto their own name.
Would be an escalation, certainly, but there will always be people like the Nari that want to fix things, that are willing to upend their own lives to do it.
What I'm concerned about is what happens when something becomes too big to fail. What I am concerned about is when the squabbling of kingdoms reaches the power of gods. The writ was signed for many reasons, but one amongst them is that when the gods interfere in the plains, it causes widespread destruction. The power that we possess is far beyond anything that a mortal could comprehend. The calamity, as you recall, this is what a conflict on the level of deities results in. All of magic has been irreparably damaged. The more of these conflicts that exist, imagine, what would a common man do if a god breaks down his door and demands he pay worship? It is this tyranny that I seek to prevent.
Hey Pog, this might be like kind of a dumb question. Is the time magic still on us and we're resisting it, or
No, you are completely free to move.
No, I mean, if we were to lose our demigod powers, would the time magic reassert itself on us?
Presumably, you would be free to move if you saw fit, yes. However, there would be nothing stopping Sylvania from doing that again.
I have two questions. One, I used an amethyst lodestone reverse gravity on a Voss. Has that moved up into the air?
Yeah, I think it would.
Oh, okay.
He broke the spell.
He puts some blood into you, and then he hears a crash, and he looks around, and he doesn't see anything because the pieces are all on the roof. And then, like a minute later, he hears them clattering back down. He's like, "What strange magics this is!"
By the way, I should note that during this entire conversation, Jokrob has just been trying to calm himself down, but he's just so emotional right now.
I'm sorry about your Voss, Chuck.
Yeah, he's crying with the boss. That's it.
It's not that. It's
the ships. I'm sorry I broke that.
I've never had anyone care as much about me as I have right now. Sorry, I'm weak. And he turns away.
Well, Dast, I think I largely agree with you. So I think you can count on me to help.
Very well. Now, when you get out into the world, understand, you will be free to do as you see fit. I will not tell you what you must think or what you must do, but promise me this. Never lose hope. Never lose faith. And no matter what happens, never lose the light of good inside you. Can you promise me this, Vonari?
I promise you this.
Calcivir. He looks at you. Your adoptive family, the Broodvars, are one of the sources of the resistance. Your sister is a general in this fight. When you return, understand that you will be returning as a champion of the people. Can you bear this responsibility?
I've always fought to protect the lowest of individuals, and to raise us all equally to greater heights.
He looks at you, Wielder, and his expression is complicated.
Is there, like, recognition? I mean...
There is.
Did he create all of the Warforged, or just my model?
Just your model.
Okay.
And he looks at you. I shall not insult you by calling you the name you used to be. You have grown into an incredible man.
I'm not sure. I'm still not sure if that's who I used to be is even who I used to be, or someone else entirely. But
Das nods.
I can promise you that we will work towards the same, not necessarily end, but common goals.
Very well. When you get out of the resistance, there is one man that has been looking for you more than the others. He has built a workshop for you, and he keeps it safe, even to this day.
Well, it looks like someone's no longer an intern. I'm gonna have to hire that guy.
Angie, we share many differences in opinion, in life, but know this. I have heard of the people that fight to this day for hope. They speak of your name proudly. That Angie's battalion shows mercy. That Angie's battalion is the future for the Harmony Patrol. Whether you intend to return the Harmony Patrol, whether you intend to oppose me, understand your behavior is improving the world.
I promise you this, Dast. The people will make the decision for Bustan, not you. You won't be guided by a god in this.
He smiles at this.
Bernard would also smile at that.
Happy.
Yes.
I will not speak unto that which has clouded your soul. I do not know what choices you have been forced to make. nor what you contend with. You are the leader of the Rising. You have a lot on your shoulders. The pressure will get to you. You have the weight of the world to contend with. My son had the same weight, but there is a difference, Happy. And he stands up, steps to the side, and gestures to the group. Never forget, you are not alone. Jokrob. And Jokrob is just like sniffling. Yes, Dast. I know it's time for me to transfer the aspect. Jokrob, I want you to remember this moment. I want you to remember the life that you have. I admit I have read your mind. I have read the minds of those of you here to determine if you are good or evil. I apologize for that. However, I saw that Vonari has saved you. In spite of everything that you have done, Vonari still saw the good within you and has attempted to save you. I want you to remember this. Mercy. And Dast creates a doorway. You must complete this change. You must switch the aspect over. If that is what you intend to do. So that you may choose. Tell me, what do you think the testaments are? Those of you with aspects.
Counters to the aspects.
He shakes his head.
Testament is the
Those-
next form of the next stage in their evolution.
Those of you with aspects understand you have a shard of the writ, given form by raw emotion. With your aspect, your testament is the world you will create, should you choose to change it. I will let you mull this over. In the meantime, those of you not of the Rising, come with me.
Shall we speak again one day, Dast?
My doors are always open. And Dast opens up the door and motions for everyone not of the Rising to follow.
Where
he
does
said
this
why?
lead?
All right.
That's somewhere I want to go.
I'll
Wow,
feel
it seems
torn
like
between
Susan doesn't
staying
wanna
in
go
the
with this
room
guy.
and leaving.
Why is he saying that we have to leave?
You are not of this role. Warforged, though I do not know your name, understand this. This is not your role to play.
So send me back to the material plane with everyone else.
He nods. And he opens the door. Genesis? You gonna come with him?
Genesis is going to stick to Venari's side because he seems like Venari and is not going to disintegrate her. This guy has admitted to wanting to kill God. So Genesis doesn't really want to go anywhere with him.
You should listen to him. This is not your role to play.
Yeah,
You-
but I want to get back home without being disintegrated.
Don't
And
worry.
He's probably not going to disintegrate you, so I'm gonna say, you know,
Come, Genesis. He means us no harm.
I believe that
I can tell
precisely
this.
0%.
There are things only you can do that you must do. And that is not here.
Great platitude. Love it.
Not an empty platitude. Everyone quite literally has their own path. And you are being guided to it.
Yeah, my path is not being disintegrated today by a man who wants to kill God. I just want to say that again. Like,
If he wanted you dead, you would already be dead.
yeah,
Or
that's
you'd be
why I'm taking
frozen
cover,
here
like,
for all
behind you.
eternity.
I'll trade you.
Alright.
I'll trade you. Like Ghost's bag.
Warforged.
Just like, I'll trade
Hear
you this
my
piece of art
voice,
if we go again
Warforged.
while we go through the disintegration door.
Listen to me. Nula's fortress. Sylvania's floating castle. These are areas that will be nearly impregnable by these. The Rising. The ones that will hold the aspects. I do not know if your soul can withstand an aspect or not, but I know that Sylvania has chosen these individuals to be capable of holding it. I say this for your protection. Leave, so that you may continue to fight. When the time comes, when it comes to storming these citadels, these fortresses, your strength will be required.
I mean, you're putting everyone in Slaypool, right? Why are you separating them? Is that door the disintegration door?
This is the door that they will leave through.
What's the
However,
difference between the door that they leave through and the door that the Rising leaves through?
Can I cast
Rising.
Vortex Warp?
yeah, go ahead.
I cast Vortex
I'm
Warp
only
on
holding Minari's
Genesis.
hands. If I
I'm
don't-
targeting you. I'd like tell it is like the doorway. I'll put him like in the entrance of the doorway, assuming it sucks him through. You can make a DC 18 con save if you want, but I'm gonna try.
Do I have any reaction spells? Don't have a reaction spell.
And counter spell would be the only reaction spell counter to this.
Silvery barbs. It says a silvery barbs.
Not
Silver
that
barbs
news. I don't
do,
think I don't think that
yes.
triggers on this.
Oh, that's true.
23.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah, Vonar, you hear that Vonar, you say that to Genesis. Genesis, you hear that in your head and you feel like something pulling you towards this door.
Yeah, but that's the door that's gonna disintegrate everyone.
Just
Not gonna
go through
I don't know
the
where you're getting
door.
that idea from.
But so, like, where's the Rising going that's different that we're not all taking the same door? Is what I'm
I'll,
asking.
The
I'll cast it
Rising
again if I have to.
is going somewhere that you cannot be.
Well, can we all go to Slaypool first and like you can drop me off and then you can go where you
No.
want to? Wow, harsh.
I say this because I literally cannot. This transaction must happen here. Once the aspect is changed, then they will go to where they cannot have you. Do you understand, Warforged?
How about this, Finar? You can cast Sending, right?
I'm
What?
capable of it.
Why doesn't someone more enterprising and willing to be disintegrated go through the door first? And then you can send a Sending to them, and if they're still alive, then I would consider going through this door.
If he was gonna disintegrate you, he wouldn't have come in and unfrozen you first.
Giving
No, he
you
might accidentally
little
disintegrate Finar.
mortality. I do not have the spell prepared. I will not lie to
Oh.
you.
Well, I guess we can see through the door, right? Let's all watch, and if anyone gets disintegrated, it seems like they're in horrible, horrible pain.
I'm afraid you cannot, actually, in this case.
Oh, well, that kind of sucks.
Come on, little man. You gotta go through the door like this. Afros goes through.
Yes, Aphros is dead.
Alright,
I'm-
Aphros, you are in the other place, which I will kind of mark out here.
I am curious, friend Genesis. at your insistence on having these secrets revealed to you.
I
Dennis goes through.
have to, like, get guidance.
Herschel goes through once Aphros does.
He just kind of showed up and said he wants to kill God, so...
There are many
Jokrob
people that want to kill gods, including the gods themselves.
nods, and Coral and Haruka go through. Hunter,
See? He's letting his lackeys go through.
Let us-
I do not wish to use force, but understand that you cannot be here. I will not have you throw your life away for nothing.
Well, you got here in the first place, so why don't you go through the door and come back if you aren't disintegrated?
Alright. Can I cast Vortex Warp again?
Yeah, you can certainly try. Go ahead.
Okay, another con save. Alright. He's in the door.
You move 30 feet towards the door.
Well,
Oh.
no, it's 90 feet in any
90?
direction. 90 feet from my
Oh,
point
you're
of origin.
upcasting it.
No, that's what it is. Vortex Warp is 90 feet.
What?
No, it's 120 feet.
Vortex.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's Sorry, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You can increase it 30 feet. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, vortex warp through the door, Genesis. Bzz.
I don't think that was going to end anytime
Very
soon.
well. And as for you, Vishushi and Shark, a fitting combination. Will Cinder and the Shark go through?
Oh, the shark. I have no control over the shark.
The Shark just goes through because everyone else is. Now, I shall
Miss
not
Hunter.
become a voyeur to your discussion with your deities. And Das walks through the door once more, leaving it open so that you're not trapped here.
Well, Happy, go ahead and take the aspect.
All right.
I see
I
no
put my
reason
hand-
not to anymore. You're
We should have
literally a
asked him
demigod.
about killing Ishorn or Silver, because he probably could have done that.
He said he wasn't going to speak on that. In regards to the deal.
So, how did everybody else enjoy being trapped for 5 weeks?
Really? Because it feels like it was just an instant to me.
Well, I got to talk to a lot of different people, but
Happy, you gain this aspect, and as you do, similarly, the door appears, and the Azir begins to break through.
You got any questions I should pass on, Venari?
well, any direction would be nice, but my time will come. Let him know
Alright,
that I will
Please
work to
tell her
free
that
him.
I love her. Also, you should consider worshipping Elise. I've got pamphlets.
All right. And
Well,
so,
Take a pamphlet. If you see
House
Alex,
of
give
Ear?
him a pamphlet.
Wielder and Happy.
Hal will take a pamphlet.
Do you have?
Wait, do I get to go there?
Yeah, you
What
get to
did-
go there.
Where
Oh,
all
okay.
the aspects are going.
Hello. Welcome back. Oh, sorry. Happy wouldn't be in the chair. Alex would point towards, he would think, and then point towards this chair. The middle
Oh.
one. If you would, please.
All right.
Al gets up out of the chair and goes over to Alex and gives him a pamphlet.
He reads this.
When did we print these pamphlets?
What exactly?
When we were
had
printing,
access-
when we were
we had
printing
access
the
to a
ones for
printing press.
Jokrob,
Yeah.
we printed them at the same time as the Jokrob pamphlet thing.
Yeah,
What is
alright.
this?
Of course, Isaac's got it's an Elise pamphlet that Isaac has written probably before the campaign even started to hand out to people.
Well, it was needed to be hidden and underground, right? That's why.
Well,
Yeah, everybody knows about Elise.
Elise. I hope you understand. I have no intention of worshipping anybody.
It's okay. I'm sure that being in this place, your faith doesn't really have any influence on the material plane. So, personally, I don't particularly care one way or the other what your belief is. In this way, I respect you.
he sits back. That and, well, I am, of course, a god. It would be rather awkward of me to worship another deity, as I am sure you could possibly fathom. Newfound demigods you are. It seems like a
Yeah,
lot has
that's-
passed since I had last seen you.
Yeah,
Tell me,
complicated.
how much do you know?
As to what happened on the material plane, only what we've been told. That
No,
it's
not the material
chaos.
plane. As to what
Oh.
this is.
God's
To what we're
always
doing here.
disconcerted.
Ah,
No, I don't know what's happening in the material plane. I don't have really the best connection to the outside world. My followers are being hunted down and killed, you see.
One thing that I would like to ask you about would be about the association between my new demigodhood and the inhabitants.
Ah, right. You know, this actually reminds me of one of my inhabitants. You and I have a lot in common in that regard. I once had someone in my soul as well. He went by the name of Nagroxtum.
really? We just met a worshipper of his.
Well,
For someone who was about losing knowledge, he sure asked a lot of questions.
Nagroxtum, in my case, was within my soul. I temporarily achieved demigodhood through through the apotheosis of calamity, and in doing so, I gained great power, and I can promise you nothing happens to a demon when they are within your soul, in such a case. Now, what can happen is if many come to worship you, you will eventually result in having your own sphere of influence. You will become unto a god yourself, and when you are worshipped, that worship will change you, as it has with my divine form, which is, as you can probably guess, quite separate from my body. I have no control of what the god Alex does, nor does the god Alex have any understanding of what I do here. We are linked, and yet separate. The same and different. But I cannot imagine that you have such a following, as of yet, Calcivir. Does that answer your question?
I suppose that my fans don't quite have the same level of devotion.
Not quite. Now, Happy, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
So, I imagine that you've been through this enough that you understand what we are doing here?
Yes.
Then, in that case, would you mind if I gave you a proposition once I've completed all the formalities of my position?
Go on.
So, as you can see, I'm quite locked in here. Have you wondered how it is that they have managed to lock me in here so? I mean, I'm quite aware of what goes on in Shadepool, and yet I have not been able to leave. There have been doors to this area. Many have come into my office before.
Well, how did you get trapped in here then?
The gods have put me here, but you know this. You are familiar with their betrayal.
Right.
Then you should also be familiar with the machinations of the writ. One
I
of the
believe-
clauses that they have inscribed upon it, as they were creating it, they had left it unfinished, the bastards. They planned this deception from the beginning. They had trapped me inside using machines such as yourself, though I understand that is not who you are today, Wielder. Now, the law that they have created is that I cannot leave the Azure Room, and I am now in charge of these little bits of the writ that reside within your soul. that we like to call aspects. Does that make sense to you, Happy?
Yes.
Calcivir, wielder?
Mm-hmm.
Then what exactly is in the stone egg?
Inside the egg is a baby stone dragon waiting to hatch, to build a new world.
Plus the writ.
Exactly. When it hatches, the writ will become open just for an instance. And in that time, we can scribe anything we desire. We can change the rules. You can free me. But above all else, I have one proposition for all of you. I would see the world brought to the state that it was, with one exception. The gods can be slain.
Oh, God. What a dream.
The deities have grown stagnant. Those of the Bustan pantheon have become corrupt. The Michael that I knew and fought alongside seeks only his own glory. There is no true goddess of nature. There's only Nia, and she has grown vain and obsessed with her own following. The gods and goddesses that I fought alongside have become the tyrants that I seek to dispose, and so they've trapped me in, as they know that I can see through their nature. They know that my desire for freedom, that my desire for individuality, that people can live as they see fit, runs counter to their desire to control all of the gods. I don't wish for all of the gods to die. No, far from it. I wish for a world where the people can choose who they worship. And I wish for the tyrants to be dethroned, as I always have.
Sounds reasonable to me.
If you would work alongside me, I just ask that when you re-sign the writ, that you allow for the deities to be harmed.
Can I insight this? Not that I don't believe him, but to see, like, does he have ulterior motives beyond
Go ahead.
what he's saying? Basically, I'm saying is Wheeler's smarter than I am. I think it's just a 0.
This
Needs
is
to make a
0.
high wisdom character next time. 14. 19.
19. Alex is speaking passionately. He is speaking from the heart. And part of his passion comes from bitterness.
Okay.
Whether or not he is telling the truth, you can't determine. How much of what he's saying is like because he believes it, and how much is because he has been personally betrayed by the gods that he worked alongside. You don't know, but it's a bit of both.
All right. Yeah, that's kind of what I guess that's what I was trying to go for. I'll ask him flat out. How much of this do you think is fueled by your own anger at the situation? How much do you think that clouds your judgment?
My anger clouds my judgment. Tell me, what is it that I stood for? What is it that I tried to accomplish with Shiva, the men and women that fought alongside me so many years ago?
In a word, good.
Yes. I wanted for the divine rulers of our world not to see us just as blood bags and cattle to worship and give them power and souls whenever they desired, but as beings that would seek for a fairer and more just world. And tell me, when I feel the lives of my followers snuffed out one by one at the hand of conclave assassins, how much do I trust the gods right now? Maybe I am bitter. Maybe I am just a man that has been trapped in seeking revenge for the past 8,000 or so years. I don't even know how long it's been, for God's sakes. But look at me. I am still the same man that fought to free every one of you. I am the reason that there is fresh grass that you can stand upon. And I would see to it that my vision of a pure future is not tainted by the people that I thought I could trust. Perhaps I am bitter, but that does not make them any less vile.
That's what I was looking for. I've learned that it's important to search your own motivations first. See what clouds you.
He nods.
And to hear that you have done that is reassuring.
And with that said, Happy, I imagine that you know what a testament is for now, and for those of you that perhaps may have not figured it out, or maybe you do, but I will say it just again. Should you desire to rewrite the writ on your own, your testament is how you will reshape the world. Now, I don't necessarily say that you should follow my exact belief in how the world should be. I believe that I have a good vision for the world, but I cannot tell you what your perfect world would be like. I only ask that you take into consideration my request. And really, it's a request as I have no power to back it up with.
I believe that we understand your request. Do you have any advice for us in the matters of rewriting such an artifact? Are there any traps or mistakes?
There is one. And I will let you know, as I imagine many others will keep this hidden from you. Though I cannot imagine many others will be attempting to use you. Just in the case that others would tell you how to rewrite the world. Whoever so chooses to rewrite the world will become the next writ. You will not be able to walk the paths that you have created. Do you understand?
It'll take
I
a
believe
sacrifice. Yeah.
I believe that you have told me that there is another who is currently acting as the writ, who has become it.
A member of Shiva. She was going to be my betrothed.
What is their name? Or her name?
I can't remember. That is the thing of the writ. Once you become it, you will cease to exist. It will be as if you've never were born. Everyone will forget you, everything that you've done, and everything that you stood for. And you will become the new law of the land. The only reason I can remember is because I had written it down inside the very plane from which the emanation of the writ began.
So, did she solely write the writ, all the laws in it down, or did you help in any way?
I came up with some of the ideas, and I originally was going to sacrifice myself, but she insisted and pushed past me. She wouldn't have me sacrifice myself. She said, I am the symbol of hope. Funny what happened to me just a few days later. I am sorry. I don't mean to disrupt you with my bitterness.
What? So those
Madam
are the
Fizelbang, what is your testament? What is the world you seek to create?
What are the testaments of my friends here?
I have chosen the Testament of Fortress.
And Wielder?
Oh, did I choose something?
Yeah.
Al rolls their eyes intensely.
I don't remember.
I see that you have chosen not to take on the writ yourself. So be it. So be it. Then, Happy, And Alex points his rapier towards you. Your testament.
And my testament is how I wish the Bustan to be.
Correct. You must have one if you have an aspect. And believe me, the other aspects were terrifying. Jokrob, his testament, I should not speak of it. He is to become your ally. Understand that he's grown a lot. Perhaps it's that reason why he has begun to lose control of his aspect.
I think it should we work with him. It might be important for us to know what his testament was.
The testament of control. He wished for a society in which one person had absolute control. A single, not a pantheon, but one true deity.
What is Ein's testament?
Ein's testament is strange. His ideal world is empty. A world with no laws. He does not wish to destroy the writ, just to remove every restriction from it, to keep it as a filter.
What was Fem's?
Fims? It was the aspect of divinity. The testament of divinity, my apologies.
And Irene's testament?
The testament of vengeance. She wished for a world of justice where anyone who commits any wrong, any action, is faced with immediate and certain backlash.
What of the last aspect? What was their testament?
You speak of Tvar.
Tavar, yes.
Alex looks like he's about to cry. I'm sorry, I will not reveal this one. You will understand in time.
Just one moment, Alex. I have someone to consult about this testament. And then I'm going to take out the living light shards. Pog?
Oh my god.
Ooh.
What do they think the testament should be?
Champion. Wait, hold on. Champion. You must not worry about the testament. You must destroy the writ.
Happy's going to put away the light charts. I, much like my friend Wielder, will hold off on a testament.
Very well. So be it. I cannot scribe anything onto your aspect. Understand what this means. And he stands on top of the desk and looks down at you. You are forgoing your ability to shape the world in exchange for the ability to destroy the writ. Is that your wish?
Correct.
Very well. I shall not cast judgment upon you. When you return back, tell Vonari her family, in part, still lives. Her brother is out there. Her mother is hidden. Her father, however, has fallen.
Where is her mother hidden? Do you know that?
I do not. She has been taken captive for some reason, though I don't know who has done so, and I don't know why.
This is, I assume, by your limited insight into the material plane that you are
Correct.
so
I can see through the eyes of my worshippers, and they are dwindling in number, and I can only see when they are in a place that I can see from. If they're... How do I put it? If they are placed in somewhere that I cannot look into, and I don't know the specifics of how or why, but I lose the ability to see them.
Is that what has happened to Venari's mother?
Yes, I don't know where she is, but I know that she hasn't been killed yet.
What of the brother?
The brother is alive.
What do you see through their eyes right now?
I cannot see through his eyes. He is also shielded. But there is a difference. He did not feel fear. Make of this what you will. I don't know the slightest of it. I cannot see out. I am attempting to ask what followers I still have. But they are doing the best that they can to survive under the guidance of Regimund Alexander. And that's of the ones in Shadepool. Or Slaypool, rather. There are others. They are doing fine. It is just in Slaypool that this persecution is continuing. It seems like fate is really attempting to destroy everything at this point. I apologize, I have not been as forthcoming to begin with. I could not tell you anything until I was certain that you were able to continue fighting. I did not want you to be overloaded with information, nor did I want you to lose sight of your goal. This is a lot to take in. I hope you can rise to the occasion. And as he says this, you are pulled out of the room.
Back to where we were.
Back to where you were. And that is where we'll end our session.
Hey,
Oh, so much lore.
We did it!
So,
All right.
back to that thing we were talking about like the one true source of divine power. Is
Mhm.
that the writ?
Correct.
Okay.
The writ is the filter from which all magic and all divine power flows through.
All right.
Makes sense.
I
Seems
picked
cool.
up on that. And I was like, oh, that's that thing we talked about however many months ago.
rage quit.
Rage quit.
Or
Thanks to Forgotten Adventures for the tile sets that we used. Shout out to somebody. Who do you want to shout out to?
Bobby Draper.
Oh, I know. Shout out to Leafless. You guys will know who Leafless is in a little bit. Next week, we will be doing an Ether Pilgrim session -1, which should not be streamed.
What's the episode title?
So,
Oh, yeah,
so
what is the
Crit Roll
episode
can't steal from us.
Oh boy.
Wow. True. I mean, there's a lot to say. You could call it spoiler warning. That'd be fun. Oh, one more thing. One additional thing.
One more thing.
When we next play in Bustan Faith, which will be in 2 weeks, provided no one cancels, we will be in a very different tabletop. We'll be in Foundry. But also, we'll be in a very different world.
Yeah, literally.
Hold on, I've got to check my hours on Roll20. Did I reach 1,000?
This is Bustan Faith Campaign 2 when we pick it up.
I'm at
Let's
1,000.
go Sharpshooter, because I don't think Sharpshooter worked last time I tried it.
Oh, one more thing while we're here. Because, additional things are always great. Congratulations on reaching demigod status, everybody.
Yeah, that was wild.
Level 9, too.
I'm so proud of you all for becoming demigods. Being demigods gives you additional abilities when it comes to fighting Sylvania, which is whatever. But
You mean Fate. You mean Damien. You mean...
Fate.
Hold on, I wrote them all down.
God, I'm so
Page.
glad that we finally got this out of the way because, man,
We should have seen it coming.
Would have liked
We
this
should have
like
been
3 weeks
suspicious of
ago.
everyone because, oh, the guy we know who's a changeling, his mother is an enemy. Yeah, we should be suspicious of everyone.
To be fair, that was very close to when we left into Jokrob's inner sanctum as well. Though,
That is
when we found
true. It's hard to realize that because that was 4 months ago.
God.
now, just some above the board stuff. When you get out, you are not required to do anything in any order. You can do whatever the hell you want at
Beach
this point.
episode.
It is a pure sandbox. However, you're also a sandbox in a post-apocalyptic world. That is getting worse every day. So, make of that what you will.
Post-apocalyptic beach episode.
Do what you want with it. But just bear in mind that this will be very open-ended. There will be a new world map that you'll be exploring and wandering around in. And you can do the objectives in whatever order you'd like to do.
All right.
If you want to jump straight to Sylvania and have the final showdown, like Sylvania and the Swallowed City, that's absolutely within the cards. You can do that. It's fine. I won't care in the slightest. You'll probably wipe. And then the end of the campaign is just the world is destroyed one way or the other. But you can try it.
One thing I wanted to clarify. Who is the one in charge? Is it Fate or Sylvania? It's Fate,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it was... I don't know if I made it clear enough. Sylvania, and
Yeah.
it reincarnates in different bodies, right? Bit by bit, she reincarnates into a different body. And someone asked what happens to the people when Sylvania takes over. And Apology said they die. So what had happened in the case of Fate is Fate's overwhelming desire to see what would happen if someone destroyed everything consumed the personality of Sylvania.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
that's what I
kill
got.
the
I just
rat.
wasn't sure of the mechanism of that.
Well, I'm gonna restart the writ so that only Elise is God. And nobody
That
else
sounds
gets to be
terrible.
God. Fine, we
mean,
can put
you
Alex
can-
in too.
You can do that if you want. That's actually what Jokrob wanted to do. But he
If
wanted
nobody
to be
takes
the-
testaments, it's gonna be up to me and Cal to sign the writ.
Which,
I
could be
didn't take a
awesome.
testament last time, did I?
which
I
deity
think you
would
did, but
Listen, all my notes from back then are gone, so I don't know. Like, you can go back in the archives. It's somewhere. It's in one of the episodes.
Yeah, I'll have to look back on that. I don't remember that.
which god was Jokrob gonna do the thing to on the testament when he wrote not the testament, the writ when he rewrote it?
Jokrob.
Oh,
himself.
That's why he's like Alex was like, he's changed a lot since he came up with that idea. Like, he's a very different person from the Jokrob at the start of the campaign.
So I'm just looking through my old notes. September 25th is when we learned that Dast and Sylvanius were the progenitors, told to guard eggs. So that was in September.
go back to when we killed Fim, right? Because that's when you went to the Azure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I really don't think I wrote it down. I was just making a note of that. Like, wow, that was in September. Oh, that's my old notebook. I'll have to find that.
All right. Worst case scenario, you have the VOD.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I'm gonna have to go for because I don't think I did. And so since I did it, I probably didn't write anything down.